Oh. Xbox. Ugh. We need to talk about the Xbox. I would have talked about this yesterday. I didn't have time. So, basically, there have been rumors that Xbox could be potentially no longer doing first-party games and instead publishing as just whatever the fuck and discontinuing Xbox, or at least making it a much more minor thing. Following media reports claiming that first-party Xbox games could soon start appearing on PlayStation. Oh my fucking god. Can you imagine them, like, allowing their video games to be on the PlayStation? What the fuck? Oh my god. This would be horrible, right, guys? I mean, jeez. Microsoft is even considering bringing Gears of War franchise to PlayStation. Hi-Fi Rush and Indiana Jones could be released to PlayStation. The company will share details about its vision for the future of Xbox next week. Yeah, and so the Xbox Andes have gotten so... like, their feelings have been hurt by this so much that Phil Spencer himself has had to come out, and he's going to be doing, like, an emergency press conference because all of the Starfield copium addicts are thinking to themselves, wait a minute, if this game's on PlayStation 2, PlayStation as well, like, why do I even still have to defend it? Like, what's my whole life, what's my whole last year of my life been for if not to defend Starfield by defending Xbox through proxy? What is this? Consoles in 2024. Here's what my perspective is on this. This is the most pathetic thing to get mad about that I've ever heard of. This is fucking embarrassing. This time, listening will not be enough. This time, execution, credibility, and connection with previously made statements and moving towards fans will all that's matter. For me, for your brand, and for your community. Xbox family, you probably need to hear this. I'm staying off Twitter for the rest of the day. I need to process this.
Morning, Twitterverse. Seems like these rumors are true. Reached out this morning to a couple of people who are in the know. It seems like these rumors are true. It does seem like Starfield is going to PlayStation. It does seem like the conversations about Indiana Jones. This seems like it's true. The people I'm talking to would know, and yeah, I initially woke up this morning and was like, dude, everyone calm down, this is a rumor, but it's I think this is true, guys. So it means a lot of things, right? And there's a lot of aspects. I'm still processing this. The best way for them to go about doing this, if they're going to do this, would have been to have had a Pro, or, you know, their Xbox Series XX or whatever the hell they're going to call it, and release a more powerful piece of hardware to say, hey, yeah, you can play these games over here, but this is the most powerful place to play them. Conversely, if PlayStation launches a Pro and they're dropping their exclusives over on PlayStation, there's no reason to have an Xbox. That's a bit of pill to swallow.
How is this real?
So as I said, I'm still processing this. I'm on my first morning coffee. But if this is true, I think it's a massive misstep. I think as a fan and a supporter of the brand for 20 years, I put hundreds of thousands of dollars into this brand over time.
Then just buy a PlayStation.
It does feel like a bit of a betrayal. It really does.
You need to stop. You need this. This needs to stop.
We're going to get some clarity on what's going on.
This needs to stop.
I know for a fact. So, I guess for me, I'm not going to freak out about anything. It's good to speculate, have the conversations, but just hold the line, man. Hold that line until we know what's going on. Don't lose your shit over. It's not a rumor. It is a rumor, but I'm pretty sure it's a true rumor. But we don't know all the facets, all the ins and outs. And until we do know that, there's no point losing your shit yet. So everyone just chill fuck out. Wait and see what the leadership has to say. And then we'll go from there. Hey, at the end of the day, man, it's video games. This ain't your life. All right? Everyone chill out. Peace.
No, he's right about that. Why is it that we have 38-year-old men going to war with each other over which bootleg PC is better? How is this our reality? This is insane. The PlayStation 5 is great. The Xbox back in the day was great. The 360 was great. The PS4 was great. How can you possibly attach yourself? Like, I don't understand why you would want this. Like, if Nintendo came out yesterday, or tomorrow, I mean, or preferably yesterday, and they said, guys, we're publishing all of our titles on Game Pass and on PlayStation tomorrow, I would say, fuck yes. I'm so happy. Because now I can play all of these games without having to worry about using different hardware. There is no functional reason that the quality of your experience will be improved by playing it on a different piece of hardware. Other than the fact that maybe the other one is like kind of better. Listen, the new Xbox and the new PlayStation, they're not really that much different as far as I know. They're about the fucking same. Like, what are we talking about here? It's the same thing. Yeah, it is. Now, the Switch sucks. Yeah, it definitely sucks. But that's just Nintendo, right? What do you expect? They've been doing that ever since GameCube. And so anyway, remember Nintendo 64? It was named after how good it was. Not anymore. We don't do that anymore. This is unbelievable that there are Xbox Andes out there. And the scary fucking thing about it is that they are grown men. Like, I would expect this to be like a kid, and he's got one hand on the Xbox controller, the other hand on a can of Monster Energy, and he's just fucking ready. You know, he wants to get into the next lobby for Modern Warfare, right? He wants to play Warzone, another round of Warzone. Like, but these are grown-ass men, man. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? How can you possibly care about whether something is on an Xbox or a PlayStation? You spend hundreds of thousands of dollars? Well, then don't go and tell me that you can't spend $500 for a fucking PlayStation. Come on. What are the replies to the video? "50 billion years old and you're tweeting as if you just lost a family member. Please get a job. Little fella, I probably earn twice of what you do, and I only work 6 months of the year." Then why are you getting mad? You got to buy another console. The PS exclusives are outsold 3-1 by third party and PlayStation. PlayStation players don't even buy their own exclusives. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. Like, what? Why would I care about this? I don't care who's buying the game. I just want to play the fucking game. Like, dude, it's like Starfield opened me up to realizing that there is an entire genre of people out there that I didn't even know existed. Maybe you just don't get it. You're loyal to no piece of plastic besides the one that lets you watch 4K videos for 4 hours a day. If it's kind of like if WoW shut down, just play another MMO. No, it's not like if WoW shut down. It's like if WoW said they're going to be releasing the game on Steam. Or they're going to be releasing WoW on consoles. And if they said that, I'd be like, yes, this is great. More people can play my game. I would be happy. They're not, it's not like Microsoft isn't saying, we're deleting Master Chief. There's going to be no more Gears of War. They're not saying this. Like, what's wrong with these people? I don't even know what to say. WoW on Steam would be crazy. It would be great. I'd love that. Who is this guy? Oh my god. Be happy for all gamers. Yeah. I hope Xbox players get to access PlayStation games too. There's 14 responses. This, in fact, not happen. Lamal. This is Xbox last console generation. There was a time that there was the last... After the Dreamcast, that was the last Sega console. After the TurboGrafx 16, they didn't make another one after that. The Game Boy Advance or the Game Boy DS was the last portable console, unless you want to count Switch, right? Because they kind of combined them. The Jaguar, remember that? Sega Saturn. Well, I guess that was their Dreamcast after that. The Odyssey, back in the old days. Hey, what about a fucking Atari? Like, that was my first console I ever played, was an Atari. It's gone. Sega Game Gear, yeah. Neo Geo. PlayStation Vita. Commodore 64. Atari Lynx, the mobile controller game, yes. Guys, the reason why people aren't buying ColecoVision, holy shit. We got some people with gray beards in the chat. You guys remember the ancient text? These are so old, man. In television, yes. Oh my god. I have a lot of these downstairs. The reason why people aren't buying Xboxes is a good thing. I wish people would stop buying Nintendos, and I wish they would stop buying PlayStations, because the console war is bad for consumers. The best thing for consumers is for every game to be available on every platform. And every platform that a game is not available on restricts the amount of access that people have to that game. And it makes them have to buy something that is an artificial gatekeeper for them being able to enjoy the entertainment that they want to enjoy. And that sucks. Like, why is it that Bloodborne is stuck on PS4? That's worse for my experience as a gamer. Do you think Xbox will fuck, or PlayStation will fuck us if Xbox dies? Yeah, probably. Gaming is for gamers, not vendor platforms. Yeah. It's just so weird, man. One issue is that PCs, people hack Madden or FIFA. Oh, really? Well, I'm sorry, but as a former Halo 2 player, I remember many times of joining into a game, going into the connecting, blue screen. Oh, wait, the score's 31-0. Okay, blue screen again. Oh, wait, the game's over. You lose. Remember that? That was real fun, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the good old days, huh? Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not really going to, I'm not going to give a fuck about that. Standby. Yes, standby. There it is. It wasn't connecting. It was standby. Oh, fuck. Sony PlayStation. We don't do that here. And PlayStation is full of shit for not doing that. Fuck PlayStation. Fuck Xbox. Actually, no. Don't fuck. No. I don't say fuck Xbox. Because Xbox, in my opinion, right now, Xbox is the most ethical and most consumer-friendly publisher of video games on the market. I think they're better than Nintendo, and they're better than PlayStation, and it's not even close. They're not paying ridiculous amounts of money. Like, do you know why Death Stranding, or sorry, was it Death Stranded? The new Kojima game is only on PlayStation? It's probably because PlayStation paid Kojima millions of dollars. So PlayStation is injecting millions of dollars into it. And again, like, I have a PlayStation 5. It's right there next to me. I'll play it. But this is just how it is. But that's just what happens. It's the same as Final Fantasy 16. So a lot of times, these companies are paying for the exclusivity. They're paying for it. And that hurts you as a user. The idea that we have grown men who don't understand that they are fighting over the ability for companies to take advantage of them is so sad. It is fucking pathetic. I hope Xbox dies, I hope PlayStation dies, and I hope Nintendo Switch dies. I would love to be in a world where we can just sit there and what do you want to play your game on? And you can play it on whatever platform the developer makes the game for. This manufactured exclusivity is bad for every single gamer. And the only reason why people think it's good is because every once in a while, their bootleg version of a shitty PC gets a video game that the other guy's bootleg version of a shitty PC doesn't get. It's so fucking pathetic. I can't even believe that it still exists. I thought this was gone. I thought this was over. But Starfield told me that it's not. Epic Games is doing just that. Epic Games is totally different. Because you don't have to spend money to have an Epic Games account. And I'm not saying it is absolutely way better, but it's not good. It's totally fucking different. Like, you're gonna question mark that? Oh, that's confusing? Oh, it's confusing to you. What's the difference in making an account on Epic Games and downloading the Epic Games launcher that takes you fucking 20 minutes and then buying an actual PlayStation fucking 5? Holy shit! Jesus! Xbox? No. You know he played Gears of War in college. You know he was in the Halo 3 lobbies. For a fact. It's not even a question. And I get it. But you gotta move on, man.
Different video for you, man.
Oh my god, bro. It's like, look at this. How many of you guys, this is the Xbox fucking thing? Like, I've broken 5 of these. This is a piece of shit. It's always been a piece of shit.
It's coming from the heart right now.
What's this?
Do you remember the beginning of this generation when we had a chance? We had a chance. Oh, everything was lined up. But now it looks like it's over.
Thank God.
You gave up on us.
No, he's got the Xbox. He's got the X. No.
I know you got a little life and you left.
What are you doing?
I know you got a lot of strength.
Throw it on. No.
I know you got a little life and you left. I know you got a lot of strength.
It's got to be satire. It has to be, right?
I should be crying,
No.
but I just can't let it go. I should be hoping, but I can't stop thinking. All the games we could have played that
What do
we
you
never
mean,
played?
Just buy
All
a
the tracks
PC.
we could have done that we never
Just buy a
did.
PC.
And now them ponies gonna get to laugh at us.
He's talking about Sony people?
Make it go.
This is... Bro,
Make
did
it
Sony
go
pay this guy to do it?
away.
He must have paid him. Dude, this guy got paid by Sony.
Why did I make this? Why did I make
Does he do custom controller mods? Oh god. Oh god.
Why did I buy this?
Oh, I got one. It's right there.
Ooh.
To play.
Why did I buy this?
What is this?
I know you got a
This is-
little life and you left.
This is just, guys.
You got a lot of strength left.
No,
I know
man.
you got a little life and you left.
No,
I know
man.
you got a Whatever you need, just tell me. I know you got a little life.
Those
in you left.
those are so bad.
I know you got a lot of strength.
They're so
left.
bad, bro.
Be crying, but I just can't let it show.
It's deep.
I should be gaming, but I can't stop thinking. All the games we should have played that we never played.
Oh my
All the
god.
exclusives we should have had that we never
No, no, no.
did. It hurts too much.
Yeah, that headset is
Dark
it is
Dog
pretty tight. I've worn it
95.
before. He's right.
The levels are over. Peace.
He's a self-proclaimed console war content creator where he sang about the situation for 3 minutes. Xbox influencer Kid Smooth, another X user, changed his Twitter banner to a logo reading "Fuck Xbox." Planet Xbox Podcast. Why is every Xbox fanboy old? Did we all just grow up on Halo and we can't move past it? Is that just what happened? We just can't move on? Fuck. And it was so good, wasn't it? Xbox is doomed. If they're expecting Nintendo and PlayStation to buy Xbox games, they're in for a rude awakening. Of course they will. Why wouldn't they? And it's done. Bye-bye Series X. They don't accept the storage device at GameStop, sadly, so I have a literal paperweight now. But I got USC 5 for my PlayStation 5 and $300 worth of Steam cards. So long, Xbox. It was a good run. And this guy refunded... He actually brought the... Adapt has been a long-standing Xbox fan. He followed me for a long time. He has now abandoned Xbox and bought a PlayStation 5. Hopefully, Xbox will take note of these reactions. Let's go. Damn, this shit's ugly as fuck. Okay.
Little lie.
What the fuck is this, though? Like... I'm sorry, guys, but... It does look like a miniature urinal. It does. You're right. With speculation about a new strategy, they are releasing a statement on Monday. We are listening and we hear you. We've been planning a business update event for next week. Sharing more details about our vision for the future of Xbox. This is what I think Xbox should do. I think that Xbox... There are so many people that probably play. Like, I would buy an Xbox if there were good games for Xbox. But the reason I don't buy an Xbox is because I can buy a PC instead and I can use it to play the games on Xbox. So I'm killing two birds with one stone. And I think there's a lot of people who do the same thing that I do. And I tremendously appreciate Xbox's and Microsoft's commitment to allowing me to do that. And that makes me somebody who totally supports them completely. Like, I have a better perception of Microsoft as a games publisher than Sony or Nintendo. I am a huge Xbox fan, even though I don't have an Xbox. Because they treat me like I feel like I'm being treated well by them, I guess. It was going to treat me like a certain thing, but yeah, I feel like I'm being treated well by them. And so, Xbox, the truth is, like, Microsoft, the reason why Microsoft does that is because every time you play a game on Windows, Microsoft still wins. They still win because, you know, Microsoft, you know, how they, like, kind of make Windows and there's, like, PCs and, like, so they still kind of win, right? Don't they? And so, they get you to using all of that stuff, and then guess what happens? Sony definitely does more of the scummy shit. Yeah, Sony does right now. And that used to not be the case. Like last generation it wasn't, but this generation it is. Exclusives are not for the benefit of the consumer. It is purely for the benefit of the publisher and the manufacturer. There is never a good reason why a game is only available on one console. And obviously, some developers only make them for one console. That's their prerogative. They can do that. But paying games to stay exclusive is bad. And I think that about Xbox, I think that about PlayStation, and I think that about Nintendo. It sucks. And I just want to be able to play these games. That's it. I don't care about Sony, Xbox, or Nintendo consoles. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to, yeah, why not PC? Well, I'm saying like with the consoles, right? I'm just talking about consoles. Xbox traded exclusivity for consumer accessibility. Yes, and I tremendously appreciate them doing that. So it's like people can shit on Xbox all they want for doing this, but this is something that's beneficial for me as the consumer. And I appreciate them doing this. I don't care about what their black box sold. I don't give a fuck about that. Stop making them for all I care. Buy a fucking PC. Buy a PlayStation 5. Why are people attached to the idea of having a Microsoft gaming console? It's stupid. You're saying that because you own a PC and you can run these games? These are grown men that have careers and jobs that can afford to buy a PlayStation 5. This guy said he works 6 months out of the year and he makes more than most people make in a whole year. He can afford a PlayStation 5 and he can also afford a PC. I understand if you're hard up for cash. I get it. I totally get it. Pre-built PCs aren't that expensive now. I dream of hopefully one day Starforge can make a $1,000 gaming PC. I would love to sell a $1,000 gaming PC. Right now it seems like I can't really do that with any sort of like real degree of quality, but that's what I want to be able to do. Yeah, Newegg does it? Oh yeah, I mean definitely. There are other places that do it, but I don't think that the quality of the PC is high enough to where like I would be happy with it. Because to me, like, truthfully, like I care more about providing like a very good product and being liked for the product more than making the optimized amount of money. Like, I just care more about that. Like, obviously money is important, and I know that I will make money in the process of that, but my goal is always to make the best product, and then if you make the best product, the market will eventually understand that. That's my perspective, right? I'd rather make less money and make more sales, because I just think that's a better brand strategy. What's the lowest that you're able to get it down to? I don't know. I'm kind of waiting for like a couple of advancements. Something like imagine if 3 more things happen that are the equivalent of the advancement that DLSS is. Like if you have 3 more of those, I think that you might have a $1,000 PC possible. AI computing? Yeah. And so I'm just waiting for that to happen, and then I'll try to make one. Differentiation through quality rather than quantity? Well, it depends on what it is. But anyway, let's go back to this thing here about Xbox. This is tremendous. I'm really happy that Xbox is like reevaluating this. I think that Xbox should reevaluate a lot of things. I think Xbox obviously needs to take some accountability for the fact that almost every single one of their, like Halo Infinite is a fucking joke. Redfall is nobody gives a fuck. It was worse than Halo Infinite. At least Halo Infinite has people that like it. Nobody likes Redfall. Starfield has been the main victim of like internet essays about bad modern video games for the last 6 months. Like Xbox has been a joke, man. Their games have been bad. So like, yeah, you've been trying to do this thing. It's not working. Stop doing it. Bro, this guy wrote a whole article about him. Like, I've seen worse formatting on, like, a journalism website. Like, holy shoot. Is this where where should I start? Just call Tectone? At one point, everyone wanted to get a picture together, and I assumed I wasn't part of it, but Dish invited me to join them for photos. I look like an actual skinwalker in them. Here's the photo. You won't find this on the internet because, as far as I know, no one used it. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Right after taking this photo, however, Atsu brought everyone back to the photos specifically without me in it. And there's nothing wrong with wanting photos with your friends, but for someone who supposedly doesn't have an issue with me, it's very weird for them to take photos without me and then post versions that exclude me instead. Okay. I remember Dylan was visiting his wife's family, and his wife's family said they wanted to get a picture with all of them together, and then they wanted to get a picture without Dylan in there in case they get divorced in the future. I remember, bro, he told me about this. This is like fucking 6 months ago or something like that. Like, you know, like around holidays, you know, something like that. Oh my God. People do that actually. Yeah, I thought it was funny. Isn't that weird? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's just funny to me. I wouldn't take that too seriously. This is a little bit different because he's like trying to put on one impression, but it's actually another. But yeah, this is just incredible. Based on my last real interaction with Atsu and the entire group, I was reading into things too much. I just asked him directly. Hey Brax, I don't consider you to be on bad terms, but I do keep you at arm's length simply because I don't really know you. I found it a bit uncomfortable how eager you came across to befriend me. It almost felt forceful post NYC and even post LA. Certain tweets and actions I saw over time. Certain tweets and actions I saw over time continued to reaffirm to me that it was probably indeed in my best interest to keep you at arm's length. While I would like to elaborate more, I can't say in good faith that I trust you to respect certain degrees of privacy. Well, he's right. He just leaked the DMs. I mean, to be fair, Atsu was kind of right about this, wasn't he? So there it is. Respect to privacy or keep things fully confidential. I don't think that you're a bad person, but I also don't think I can really vibe with you on a friend level. Okay. Atsu is literally lying continuously on his stream, misconstruing, excuse me, the chat, and he literally said that these two pictures are different, then later admitted to editing them. You need to be missing brain cells to even think he's speaking the truth. I bet this is Brax, isn't it? This is Brax? I've never seen a picture. Is this Brax? Oh man, that's cute. Oh wow. So it's very obvious. So he posted, this is a tweet that Atsu posted, and he said, who's coming to see us? So this is his actual tweet, right? It's not like some sort of, you know, Photoshop or whatever. So basically what he did is he created a separate image here that he could put on top of him, so it would cover, instead of just one of them, but it would cover both of them and simultaneously seem like he wasn't trying to cover two people. It just happened by the nature of the picture. So this is actually very clever by Atsu, but it's also very obvious what the goal was. We saw Tectone. If Tectone wants to talk on stream, I'm down to do it, because like I'm just trying to understand what happened. Yo, what up?
Yo, what up, dog?
I don't know. That's why I was gonna call you. So what the fuck, man?
Yeah, so essentially, I have been getting fucked for 3.5 years, and I kind of just ripped the band-aid off and said, all right, so let's talk about it. And let me tell you, when I give these people, is that a fucking ad? When I give these people my point of view, they did not like it. And then slowly, this other guy stepped up called Atsu on everything that I was saying.
This is Atsu, right? The I like anime and K-pop?
Yep. That's,
okay, that's the guy. This is the guy, okay?
Yep.
So where did this guy, so who is this guy? He's a content creator?
Yeah, so Atsu is a content creator.
Okay.
In the impact community that has a very, very, very large influence of pretty much what anybody can say or do. He's kind of in control of a lot of the relationships. He has a lot of very tight-knit friends with a lot of the largest CCs in Genshin Impact. And essentially, a lot of people came forth with their stories about Atsu going behind the scenes and preventing these people from having opportunities, paid or unpaid, or relationships behind their back based off of pretty much minimal to no interaction. So he was pretty much saying, oh, this guy can talk to us, this guy can't. Like, he was like...
Okay, so Atsu was acting as a gatekeeper to working with Hoyoverse? Is that what happened?
The things that are concrete are at least he was preventing people from collaborating with the biggest content creators in Genshin Impact.
Where's the evidence of that?
Well, okay, so there's... Want me to link you the Twitter post?
Yes.
There's quite a lot.
Yes.
All right, so here's the first photo of a guy called Braxophone that he claimed didn't have him in a photo, but then he edited him out of the photo.
Oh,
we
saw this one. This was very cute.
Yep. This is another content creator called Sekapoko.
Well, how does that first picture, like, because obviously Atsu probably doesn't like Brax, and I saw that Brax posted the DMs, and it seemed like Atsu literally said, I don't really like you. But how do we know that means that he was going and stopping Hoyoverse from working with Brax?
So the thing with Atsu is, and the reason why this is such a hard topic to talk about, it's kind of like it's a gray area. Atsu has confirmed he has the ability to make connections and mend connections with Hoyoverse. He has gone on record saying that.
Where did he say it?
He said that in MTash's VOD about an hour ago. I'm sure, chat, do you have the clip of that?
Yeah, I want the clip.
If you have the power of mending or making connections for Hoyoverse, you should also have the ability to take those bridges, breaking those bridges away.
Well, I think that at some level he has a connection with them, right? And is there any evidence of him actually exercising that?
The only evidence is that there was about 22 creators who all came out essentially saying that Atsu ruined their life. Even some talking about leading them to attempt suicide.
22 creators.
Yeah, around there. I'll keep linking.
Let's say it's only 15. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Well, let me look at the second one. So this is Crescent, and this is some guy.
Phone status. Okay.
This is the second one you linked me.
What did Brock say? At Asian guy stream plays me what I did wrong.
There's the Sekapoko, and then there's Goose Egg, Amy.
Okay.
See if there's more.
Let me listen to Sekapoko.
Atsu hates me and I don't know why.
Sure.
That was my experience with Atsu. Atsu spreads hate of me to other creators and industry professionals. Yeah, he did that to me too. I don't know why. Me neither, bro. Me neither, bro. Yeah, me too. First time? Oh, okay. Me too. Me too. Atsu uses people to climb social ladders while everyone is not. Saxophone status. Okay.
Well, so the second one, this guy just said it happened, right? I mean, like, I don't know if I want to believe him at face value. I mean, but like, I think that we're getting into a situation where it's like, you seem to just be linking me more and more of these, and it does seem very weird that even though there isn't any real hard concrete evidence, all of these other people do seem to have the same experience with this individual. So here's Goose Egg YouTube. Is this is another person?
Yeah, this is a man who kind of... So essentially what happened was... Goose Egg used to be my old roommate.
Okay.
And he was getting subtweeted by Atsu. So he made a claim that Atsu should get off his high horse and stop being so egotistical. And Atsu kind of made it to where he said that I manipulated Goose into making that post about him. Goose did not take that well. I actually told him to do the exact opposite. I'm a very big advocate, because I've even talked to you about mental health, to where if you don't have a strong mental health, it is probably not a good idea to be a content creator, because drama is going to happen, and it's going to happen a lot, and it's very hard to handle that. So I've advocated for many people to not do content creating if they are going to, I guess, be self-destructive if people say things that aren't true. Because when you're a content creator, you have to be ready to see people just essentially lie about you 24 fucking 7.
Yes, you're right.
And so Goose witnessed that, and I did not see that, man, because Atsu said that he manipulated, or I manipulated him to make the post. Didn't happen, and then he pivoted the content and the drama from him into me because he wanted to punch up on a better creator, because having drama with a smaller creator usually means
It's
you're
not
going to lose
beneficial.
subscribers.
Yeah,
but having drama with a bigger content creator is very beneficial.
So basically, this Goose guy is getting subtweeted by Atsu, and he's your roommate at the time.
He was my roommate at the time, yeah.
And then after that, he makes the Goose makes a video. Atsu reacts to this video, and he says that basically Goose is an idiot and that you put him up to making the video.
Yep. And there was no basis. It was baseless. There was no proof. And then yesterday he admitted that he just made it all up.
So where's the link to the video that he says that you put him up to it? Because I'm trying to find it. Regarding the drama, is this the video here?
That's a very long one. That's Asian guy's one. The original video is Goose Egg's YouTube, but that is a video that talks about all of that. That's an old one. That's an old one.
Yeah, I just want to see where exactly he said that Tectone actually affected the video, right? Because that's a pretty big accusation.
Of course.
Do
Chad,
we have that?
If anybody has a YouTube link to where he pivots from it being about Goose to it being about me, can you guys go find a clip of that real quick and send it to me? You take as much time as you need, but yeah, if you have that, send it to me. But yeah, I mean, he was my homie. He didn't really know how to live with the guilt, and yeah, he got into some very dark habits. He would stay in his room for 3 days at a time, completely in the dark. And then, some
and
very
this
bad
was
things
after the Atsu video?
Yeah, this was caused by the Atsu video, yes.
Okay. Did he try to defend himself or anything like that afterwards?
Goose?
Because he says right here, are you happy that you caused me and Tectone? How'd you and Goose have a falling out? Do you want to talk about that or no?
He became a husk of who he formerly was.
Okay.
He started doing just irrational shit and became pretty much a husk of the former man that he was.
So mind fucked him.
Yes.
Okay.
And he went live on stream, completely unaware of his actions, and he leaked our address on stream. Now, this was around the time where I was getting a lot of death threats and people, already coming to my house. And then at this point, I realized I need to make a security system. I asked him to help me pay for the security system, and because he leaked my address, and he couldn't do it. And it was just very rough.
Yeah, I'd have kicked him out too. You made the right call, definitely. I'd have kicked his ass out too, absolutely. So as Tectone, so then after that, what happened to Goose?
He went home. He's received a lot of therapy. He stopped doing content creation, and as far as I know, he's doing much better now. It's been 2 years since then.
And so all of this happened, and making it today, lost all of my loyal relations, all my content friends, lost my career, lost my mental health, just because one guy in his community.
Yeah, because Goose had maybe 100, 150 viewers, and now everyone thinks that Goose is just a fucking idiot because Atsu just completely ruined his reputation.
Right.
Which is another big issue, which is Atsu used another content creator called Dreamy to lead people to believe that I cause drama in every single community that I'm in, but in reality, I haven't. And
So
so
Dreamy said this? Dreamy said that you caused drama?
Atsu uses the Dreamy incident in Arc Knights to say that I start drama in every single community that I'm in, even though I've never caused drama in Skylanders, Alone, Sinnoh Alice, Ring of Heroes, Ulala, pretty much about 16 mobile gaming communities I've never had an issue with, but the first one that I had was Arc Knights, and this one was caused by Dreamy. And even now I can't even say that without people typing cat, which is insane. I put out another video 2 days ago about Dreamy was outed as being a piece of shit and starting issues with everyone, as well as lying about me, where they were claiming that I was gaslighting, manipulating them in the DMs, when in reality all of our DMs was actually me helping them with their channel. So essentially, people.
Well, and did you show those DMs?
Yes, I did.
And you can't delete Twitter DMs.
These are Discord DMs. These are very old. You cannot delete
okay. So you could technically
I could have deleted, but this is DMs from 3-4 years ago.
Right, right. Yeah, I understand. And if it was edited, it would have been noted as that it was edited. And I'm assuming that they weren't. Okay.
They were not. And if you ever want to see those, there's still video. Yo, boys, we got the videos of the DMs between me and Dreamy. Appreciate that. Here's Atsu admitting himself as lying.
So then there's another one, Amy Chicken. Is that the name?
Yeah.
What's this? Says, I've had similar experience. So this is another girl that had a really bad experience with Atsu?
Yeah. Also, the clip that I linked to is way too dank. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of lost my cool because it was kind of a, you know, somebody admits that they fucked me 3.5 years ago, and I've been living with the bad reputation ever since.
Okay.
So just.
All right. I'll watch it right now.
Yeah, it's at around 135, 126, or around 126 if you want to watch the full.
Okay, I'm gonna just start at 125 then.
Sure. Knew that he caused me bad PR forever. How do you think that made him feel when he went against my wishes, when it was just about him and you, and you made it about me controlling him? Do you know how disgusting that is?
And truth be told, I thought you encouraged him to do so.
And imagine that, you fucking retard!
So whenever this guy said, I imagine you encouraged him to do so, is he talking about the video that Goose made?
Yeah, he was insinuating and also presenting it as objective truth that I manipulated my roommate into making that video.
Okay, all right.
And that's why he pivoted to make it about me.
All right, I'll finish it.
Yeah. Do you know how disgusting that is? Sorry
and
for the R word.
Truth be told, I thought you encouraged him to do so.
And imagine that, you fucking retard! Three years, you fucking admit it! And that's the problem! 3 years! There's people who get that I'm right, and there's people who don't get that I'm right yet.
All right. So basically, so I want to go back to this Goose situation because, like, I'm not entirely sure I'm understanding this. So Atsu, why did Goose make the video about Atsu again?
He was subtweeting him on Twitter.
How does he know that he was subtweeting him? How did Goose know that?
That's a very good question. To be honest, I can't answer that with certainty. Boys, if you watch the video, does he quote the tweet that he was being subtweeted by? Do we have that? Do we have that quote? It should be in the video. He does pull up the video. Let me see. If anybody can find it, Atsu literally said it. Apparently, Atsu also admitted it. But yeah, if you guys
because that's the thing. It's like if Atsu responded and said, "Yeah, it was about you," then like, okay, then there it is, right? But like. Yeah. I just don't know if is there like hard evidence that like it was actually about him, or did he just take it that way?
I would like to say that it is 100% he was intending to subtweet Goose.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, let me see if I can get you some proof here real quick. I don't want you to have to take my word for anything.
Yeah, no, I really don't. Because to me, like, I want to have it down, bro. I want to have it in writing. I want to see it for a fact.
Yeah, I don't want to. Motherfucker, I got rickrolled. Yeah, I really. This is Goose's initial showcase.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. There are many creators in the games who wider connections like the fun now. So deep, many people off the stream. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So this is the subtweet.
Okay. Let me go ahead.
Mark.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I got it. Let me go ahead and pull this up here. So my side of the story, 2 years ago video, and then there's the tweet, and then it was Atsu that made a tweet. There are many creators in the Genshin circle and wider connected circles I'd like to befriend or get to know better, but they're already in so deep with so many people that are awful off stream. It makes me skeptical if they're just naive or also awful behind the scenes. And so the implication here is that Goose is also awful because he associates with you. Is that the implication?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not upset about that, but it could have solved a lot of...
And did Atsu ever admit that this was about... Well, okay, so if we go backwards and we assume that... Because Atsu said that he assumed that you manipulated Goose into making the video, or that he assumed that. So that would have also implied that Atsu had a negative opinion of you. And so if he had a negative opinion of you at that time... that's why he thought that you made Goose make the video, then it would have made logical sense that the subtweet was about Goose.
Yeah, that makes sense what you just said, yeah. That was a very long train of thought. I'll be real, I've got 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
I think that's how I would look at it, at least.
Yep.
And so... Atsu said Goose was Walmart Tectone, which is a horrible thing to say about anyone. Basically, he's saying he's Walmart dog shit. I don't know what that is. So, like, Atsu said that. So, like, where are all of these clips of Atsu talking shit, though?
The clips of Atsu talking shit?
Yeah. Like, where's the links of that?
I suppose probably from his Twitlonger.
Okay.
I mean, it's not so much about Atsu talking shit. It's more about Atsu going behind the scenes and preventing creators from getting opportunities that they would have otherwise received.
So how do we know that happened?
How do we know that how do we know that Atsu went behind people's backs and prevented opportunities?
Yes.
Because about, a lot of people have come forward in the past 5 hours, all corroborating the same story.
And what is that story explicitly?
The story is that they were attempting to get close to people, but they were received that they were not allowed to communicate with that person due to a vague source or Atsu directly, which is also corroborated in Braxophone's post as well.
So, and if you look at Braxophone's post here, let me see if I can find it again.
Oh, and even Dish, who's one of his closest friends, also admitted that he does heavily influence their decisions, which is the Twitter post here.
Where did Dish say that?
I linked it. I linked it to you.
Okay.
Yep.
Los pequeños negocios siempre están planeando su próxima aventura empresarial. Con el
I'm trying to keep up here.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Bro.
I understand.
I am so fucking tired.
It's good. I cannot speak to all the claims of the document. I'm processing it all, but I can tell you I'm very confused with Atsu's distrust of you. Unfortunately, this is where my investment stopped. I heard in passing comments here, but here and there, I never bothered to ask questions or make up my own mind. I need to apologize to you and take accountability for not paying more mind to growing the divide and actually getting to know yourself. Happy to have friends in content creator space. Apathetic and unconcerned. Those ousting must have felt to you. Reading this now. I mean, I don't think this really applies. How does this imply that Atsu was acting as a gatekeeper, though?
Let me see if I reread it.
Yeah, because maybe I'm not understanding it.
I would argue that Dish stating at the beginning of the first paragraph saying, but I was telling you I was very confused by Atsu's distrust for you, would imply that he told Dish to not trust them.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is the expressing that she was confused. Is this a she or he? I'm not really sure.
Also, I would like to just
okay.
say, if you go, there's a talk between Mtash and Atsu where Mtash literally runs this down point by point, and Atsu admits that he did that, and he also did not realize
Atsu admits that he did what?
He has.
Atsu admit that he did what?
That if he has the power to mend and repair relationships, that he would also in turn have the inverse, which is destroy relationships.
That would logically make sense, yes.
Yes.
Where does he say that he has the power to mend and repair relationships?
Boys, we have that one, right? We have that
I
clip.
wanna
Was
see-
that
yeah.
sent earlier? Yeah. I believe I already sent in the Mitzi cans.
He said it on MTAS stream. Well, let's get the clip. I want to see the clip then. But I think that what you're saying, like, it's very hard to... Say what?
Yeah, check the clip that I just sent you.
Okay.
The MTAS one. MTAS, he and Mitzi can.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go ahead and watch that right now.
Yeah.
Me or not, I have not batted against you, and I've not batted against other content creators from working with Hoyoverse. But I have tried to, and I'll come out publicly and say this, I have tried to patch up
The Enviosity
where I can
clip,
speak.
the Enviosity tweet that y'all tweeted out. Can one of y'all imgur that, please?
Yeah, I want to see that after this.
Yeah, but can you screen cap that, because I cannot see that.
Well, I can speak on what I just typed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have tried to fix
I can't see it unless
your
you do it,
relationship
'cause
with
I think I
Hoyoverse
blocked
and
me.
try and get you back on good terms, because I know you were, I don't know, sad is the right word, but
Oh,
you
here's
had
another
some
clip
issues
of
with
Atsu
Hoyoverse.
essentially painting Goose as a mindless fucking yes man.
Okay, all right. Let me see that.
Yeah.
Goose is just your little fucking minion. He's your yes man. Nobody gives a shit about Goose. He's just the discount version of you. Goose.
Okay, so all right, so now we actually... Okay, this is a good clip, because now he's actually just being a cocksucker. Because all of the other clips, it's like, this is all implication, but now here he is actually being a cocksucker.
Oh, absolutely.
And
But
when
that's
did this happen? Because I see, like, people playing Smite, Moist Critical's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Was this 2 years ago?
This was 2 years ago.
I would
yeah.
bet, yeah.
Yeah. That's why this situation is so difficult, because, like,
Right.
it's so hard to just get everything laid out, man. And, like, you know me, like, I'm a big improv guy. The whole.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
And sometimes I just fucking ramble on about fucking nothing. It's so difficult.
So, okay, so basically, at this point, I don't know, but I think this is a pretty good implication that whenever this dude, Atsu, made a subtweet, it was about Goose.
Absolutely.
Like, I think so. I think I've seen enough evidence to where, like, I would say, like, 99% certainty that's probably what happened. All right. So now I have enough evidence for that, at least, you know, for my level. And this
Are you cool? Are you cool if I self promote real quick?
Do
2
it.
seconds? Okay, but I'm just saying, I got a 2.5 hour video summarizing all this shit.
Oh
on
my
YouTube.
god. 2.5 hours?
Yeah, so if anybody's ever
Holy
bored as
shit.
fuck, thanks.
There's
I'll
the
buy
video.
each
Wait, I have
Chipotle.
to make you mod.
Okay. Yeah, I'll buy each Chipotle.
Oh, thank you.
There's just a
Okay,
line,
go
guys.
again.
There's just a fucking line.
There it is.
Thanks. I'll just post
Yeah.
it on time.
Okay, so you have the MTAShed, what do you call it? The MTAShed video, the clip here. Atsu said tried. And does MTAShed have a good relationship with Hoyoverse?
No. He used to, but no longer. He's blacklisted from the community.
But
as
wouldn't that imply that Atsu doesn't have the power?
So Atsu has admitted also on stream that he tried to mend the relationship, or at least offered to mend the relationship for MTASH.
But the implication of that is because it didn't work, then he didn't have the power.
For that specific scenario, yes.
But do we have any
I would agree with that.
instances of him using it effectively?
Well, I guess currently no. I can try to get some.
Oh, I
can
want to
probably
see.
find
Oh,
out.
I want to see him.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to
let
see.
me see here.
Because here's the thing.
They literally fly him out. Well, he gets people flying out. He admitted to taking a cut in his pay to get multiple other creators sponsored and flown out. He runs the majority of their events. So, I mean,
Atsu
any of
runs
those
the
things?
majority of their events.
Yes, at least quite a few events.
Like what?
Boys, do we have any examples of that? Sorry, I mean.
Yep.
I'm
Well, I mean,
working with
because
you here, man.
here's my opinion, right? I think, especially after this clip, I think he's a rat. But I need to but because I think he's a rat, that's why I want to prove it twice as much. Because like
100%.
now I want to believe, so I have to prove to myself that it's worth believing.
Yeah.
I have to know for a fact.
100%.
But read it again.
There is a clip that says, so MTash confirms that Atsu has the power to control who Hoyoverse blacklist and whatnot in their interview. That's crazy. I'm shooked. Let me just double
Let me see
check.
it.
Yeah, I mean, I have not fact checked this at all. This is a random post on Twitter. I'm gonna keep it 100%, man. I was about to end stream and rage. I'm gonna keep it 100%. So you were working with Tectone at 5% power.
It's okay. It's okay. No, I appreciate it. And yeah, I get it. I've done it myself. Okay, so this is... So MTash finally confirms that Atsu has the power to control Hoyoverse blacklist and whatnot in their interview. That's crazy. I'm shooked. Okay, let me see this.
Here we go.
I mean, I know... So... Yeah, that's fine.
Okay to say that publicly.
Yeah, because I mentioned it the other day. Is like I think I talked to you about maybe the content creator server, and you reached out to Hoyoverse and you tried to patch it up. And I ended up talking with Sunmilk at TwitchCon and stuff, and I said like, you know, I'd love.
Who's Sunmilk?
Sunmilk is a official Hoyoverse community manager.
Okay.
I'd love to just make content on the game and not be blacklisted. Like I've tried to patch it up, and like
So
I've
why
had
does
conversations
Atsu
with
have
them.
the ability to patch up those relationships?
All the DM says is I tried to patch up your relationship with Hoyoverse. I have the Discord logs, kind of thing, and I know that.
So
I've already
why does he
discussed
have that ability?
And
the guy who has
you
the
just
ability
made
to
a
patch
comment
things
about
up
how you went to
also
bat
has
and
the
kind of thing,
ability
but
to
it's
fucking
just
ruin
like-
things. He says we in a clip. Yeah, but guys, that,
And that's
that could
fine,
just be a
but
misspeak. I don't want to use it
Did you
as
go to bat
damning
for any
evidence.
these other people? Or like I don't know.
Right.
It's hard to.
Trying very hard to keep this shit fair, chat.
If you can go to bat for me, you could also go bat against someone.
True.
Do you know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah.
True.
That makes sense.
True. And he doesn't deny.
So, your implication here is that
There it is.
I am batting against people in Hoyoverse's ears, and that I am controlling who Hoyoverse works with.
Yep.
I'm just saying if you have the ability to do the opposite, then like that's a lot, seems to be a lot of power, and that's
True.
where these allegations are coming from.
True.
And I fucking pray that it didn't happen, or else like that's criminal. That is actually there's a legal thing going on with comic writers where the guy reached out to the publisher to sue the guy and stop the publication of his comic. Like that is illegal.
Yeah. That is illegal, and Mike, whether you believe me or not, I have not batted against you, and I've not batted against other content creators from working
Then why are
with
so many people
Hoyoverse.
saying it?
But I have tried to, and I'll come out publicly and say this, I have tried to patch up, well, I can speak on what I just
Bro
patched,
is
right?
shook. Bro is shook,
I have
dude.
tried to fix.
Oh man, I really don't know what to think.
Okay.
I really don't, because like, so he goes and he says that he tried to do it, but the implication is tried is that he failed. And the implication with failed is that he doesn't have the power. And the implication with he doesn't have the power means that he didn't initially blacklist them. And he also said that he didn't initially blacklist them. Is there anybody else besides Brax who said that they were blacklisted from Hoyoverse and blamed Atsu?
The only thing that's currently being blamed is not a blacklist from Hoyoverse. It's blacklisted, or it's just prevented from being able to talk to content creators that they would have wanted to talk to in Atsu's little friend group.
So Atsu told his friends not to talk to these people?
Yeah, and wouldn't really give a reasoning why to.
How do we know that he didn't give a reasoning?
Because he himself still doesn't have a reasoning. It was essentially just Atsu says this and then people listen.
I think that he might have a reasoning, but he doesn't want to say what it is publicly. I think that's logically what would make more sense, right?
That's essentially, he said bad vibes.
Everybody knows, like, whenever I say somebody, like, let's be real, right? If I say somebody has bad vibes, that means I don't really want to tell why I actually don't like them, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that there's a very good chance that Atsu probably did say why, like, because these would be private conversations between Atsu and Atsu's friend. And logically, we would not be privy to those conversations, because if they were Atsu's friend, they would not be leaking the conversations. So we don't really know what Atsu said about them. The implication that he didn't say anything, I think, probably isn't true. I think that he probably did say what it was. But I think
even though you saw the diss tweet earlier where it says, I was very confused by Atsu's distrust for you, which would kind of elaborate that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? And so I was going to go further, is that Atsu... Oh, so what you're saying is that Atsu, the dish... Well, let me see if I can find this again. Dish saying that she didn't understand why Atsu didn't trust Brax is implication that Atsu did not actually give a more extended reason onto why to not trust people. Is that what you're saying? I think that tracks. That actually does make sense.
Yeah.
I think that Atsu probably thinks that other people are... It seems like this guy is very invested into having clout. And I think that he's... Go ahead.
Here's my take on the Atsu thing. This is at least something that I can give with a borderline, very small amount of sentience left in my fucking brain. I don't think... I personally, at this point, do not believe that Atsu has the direct ability to deliver Hoyoverse contracts to creators. That was a rumor going on.
Well, he's moving the needle, right? Like that's the accusation, is he's moving the needle. It's not that he is. Now, is there evidence that he is moving the needle? Now, I would say that, what is his relationship with people that are at Hoyoverse? Like, is he on a friendly relationship with them? Is he on a professional relationship? Like, what would you say? Like, is he like...
If I were to say he has gone on record saying he is friends with people like Sunmilk, and they have a pretty good rapport considering they use him to coordinate a lot of their events.
And also, there was something about them, having like a birthday party for him as well. In Brax's... Go ahead.
I think Brax is wrong from that.
Okay.
I think that is a misspeak by Brax. I think that's a normal birthday party. But because there is no proof of that, so I don't want to further that. I think Brax is mistaken on that.
Okay. I think that it would, like, just knowing, because this guy, I mean, he does seem to be kind of catty. What are the odds that a person who he's friends with, he hasn't discussed things about other content creators that he discussed with his other friends? I feel like if you look at what he already did with other people, he probably did say something negative about these people to the Hoyoverse employees, maybe. Like, like, if somebody told me that happened, I would not immediately disbelieve it. I don't know if it's true. I'm not sure.
No, here's the whole thing. For me, the real serious issue is the fact that Tawano, which is one of Atsu's friends, has gone on record saying he wanted to have relationships with people, but he was not allowed due to Atsu. That is confirmed.
Where?
That is in the document. That is in Braxophone's document at the very bottom, where it says, "I would love to get you to know you, but Atsu."
Where is that? Because
let me pull it up. I'll screenshot it for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see. And the other thing that really, really scares me, and I want to find this one for you first, because this is the one that really freaks me out the most. Where is, Atsu?
Well, okay, I see it right here. Anyways, Atsu has manipulated many creators into space into trusting him and sticking around. Maybe they're all friends now, who knows? But what I know is that whatever Atsu says goes. I felt Jake had a similar sentiment. Now, I'm trying to come at this in an unbiased perspective.
Of course.
This person had no problem leaking the DMs with Atsu. But he is using direct quotes for things that... Where's the DMs for this? So you're using a screenshot. And, like, was this said to him in, like, verbally?
It was said verbally, and I will also say Tawano was in my chat this morning and never spoke anything against it. Maybe is that an admission of guilt? I don't know, but if he was in the chat and there was something wrong, he was also DMing me a lot of things whenever there was any misinformation, but he never DM'd me during that to play it or to clear it up as misinformation.
I felt like Jake had a similar sentiment to Atsu about me, so I just asked him straight up, and you know what his response was? Did Jake ever confirm this? Did Jake ever confirm that Atsu, like, influenced his feelings about it? Because, if we have a name, and the name is being given a specific quote, then couldn't you just ask the person who said this if they said it?
Oh, also, I got a message from Braxton saying the normal birthday party was a Hoyo sponsored event where certain creators were invited, and I know because my friends were explicitly invited by Sunmilk for a Hoyo versus lunch, which is like, why did it turn into a birthday party for Atsu? Lol. The convo with Jake was in person at Gamescom Germany.
Is Brax in your chat?
Yeah, and in my DMs, yes.
Can he join the call?
Absolutely. Let me ask. Now, I will admit, would you... I don't want to pressure him to do anything.
No, yeah, if he doesn't want to, I don't give a fuck. It's fine.
100%. Yeah.
Because I don't want to be implying something that he is or isn't doing with him right there. You know, like... So
he's down to join the call.
Okay. Do you want to add him? Yo, what up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. He needs to join the car real quick. He's still booting up. Yeah, this will work a lot better because he's a lot more well-rested than me. I could barely sleep last night, man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I bet. I mean, this has been crazy. I woke up like 2 hours ago.
Oh, okay. Did you eat Chipotle yet?
Not yet. It's not till later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just got a bag of beef jerky, the usual.
Yep. Yo, what up, Brex?
Yo, what up? Can you hear me?
What's good?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good.
So,
I've just been watching Techie stream all day, so I saw this was happening.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. So you put out this whole document, this Google document about Atsu, and what made you want to do that?
So it kind of like it was kind of like 3 years of just like not saying anything.
Okay.
So basically, I just had like some bad experiences. And if you want the TLDR. Basically, I interacted with this guy a couple times. I was a young content creator, lights in my eyes, like excited to meet other people, you know. Had some bad interactions, and I didn't feel like they were bad. I found out they were bad afterwards because I found out people were like avoiding me. And one day I just straight up asked him if there's like beef because I didn't really think I did anything, but it felt like he was avoiding me.
And that's those are the DMs, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was like, "Yeah, I don't have like a problem with you. I just don't really want to be your friend, and I can't trust you. I'm not going to tell you why." And obviously, like that to me is like a catch-22 because it's like, okay, so I can't tell people about this because then it proves his point. But then if I can't tell people about this, then I feel like I can never understand what it is, like what actually happened.
Yeah.
And why people have this opinion of me.
Sure. Okay. And did you ever communicate with him later on and figure out what the actual truth of that was? Or did he even express that, especially now that things are out? Did he ever say what he thought?
So I haven't been watching his side of things. I've only been watching Techie here. So allegedly he did come out and say some things today, but I have not heard him express anything. I've just heard from multiple friends. Yeah, you were right. Atsu doesn't like you. And a lot of people were like, skeptical. I told my friends about this. I was like, this is like really weird. Like, do you know what his deal is with me? Because it seems like he's really avoidant. And they're all like, no, I don't think he has any beef with you. And then when this all came out, they were like, oh yeah, by the way, he told me he fucking hates.
For example, like the tweet from Dish. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so,
you know, like some people have been better than others about it. They've been like not super involved, but
have any of them given you a specific reason, or have they all been very just kind of, wishy-washy about why?
Every person that I've asked, including Jake, because the Jake interaction was in person at Gamescom in Germany. That's why I didn't have like a screenshot of it. Every person has told me it's not up to them to say.
Okay, well, Well, let's go down to like the thing that you said with Jake. Who's Jake?
Sure. That's
Tuano.
Tuano. Okay, and that
Tuano
is
was in the OTK Valorant Championship. He was on Sekuno's team.
okay.
He's a larger, one of the largest Genshin Impact content creators.
Has Tuano confirmed that he said this?
I don't think he's confirmed anything.
He was in chat when he was deconfirming other misinfo. So by that logic, I would assume that he would have corrected that. But he has not said, yes, I said that. But I can ask.
Okay.
I don't think, personally, from my few interactions that I have had with him, I don't think he would lie about it if we asked him.
Okay. So
maybe
he
worth
said this to you in person, and then whatever Atsu says goes. And that's what he told you?
He didn't say whatever Atsu says goes. He just said, Atsu. And in that same conversation, I had asked him, where Atsu was at because I wanted to talk to him because obviously there's all this beef and I don't know what the fuck's going on. And he said, I know for a fact Atsu doesn't want to talk to you.
Well, why did you quote whatever Atsu says goes if that's not what he said?
Oh, I didn't mean that. That was just me saying, like, honestly, I don't know. I just wrote it that way. That wasn't an actual.
All right. Okay, so why do you think Atsu, like, what do you mean whatever he says goes? Like, what is the implication of that? Like, sorry, what is the practical application of that? Sorry.
Sure. So I think that there's a couple things that I think in my document that are taken out of context, and I think there's some that are not, and people are kind of mixing them up. So I think as far as the friend group goes, I think everyone is able to think individually, right? I've had so many creators like that are friends with him message me individually, not mentioning each other, not mentioning anything, just apologizing if they ever made me feel like excluded or anything.
Right.
But in all of the experiences I've had going to conventions for Hoyoverse and just going to conventions without Hoyoverse, every single convention is the same story. Atsu brings everyone together. He hosts some kind of event. He brings everyone to one particular thing. All of them are sponsored every time.
Can you give me an example of a sponsored event? Can you give me 2 examples of sponsored events by Hoyoverse that Atsu is the gatekeeper of?
By gatekeeper, do you mean like he's like said you can't do this, or do you mean just like where he's kind of like influenced who might go on a sponsor?
Well, how do you know he influenced them?
So here's what I'm gonna say, because I think this is one of the things that's getting taken out of context.
Sure.
Right? I do think that he has pull within Hoyoverse.
Why?
I know for a fact one of the I'm not gonna say that publicly, but I can deem it.
Sure.
Basically, I know that he's good friends with like staff at Hoyo, and I know he's been working with them for a long time. I would say, like, even I have had experiences where Hoyoverse has asked for my opinion on something, right?
How do you know that he's good friends with people at Hoyoverse?
Because I have also talked with them. Everyone gossips in this space, right? Everyone knows. And here, I'm gonna send you something. Give me a second.
Sure.
I'll be real. I feel like all of your questions can kind of just be answered if you watch the MTash VOD of MTash and Asian guys interaction.
So the thing that I sent you, they are often one of the people that reaches out about opportunities. And so because of that, there are many times
without saying the nature of what you said, say what my reaction to that is.
Yeah.
I believe what Brax is saying.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that ultimately
I also did not know that, so I'm not gonna say.
Oh,
yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's something they don't talk about it.
I wouldn't.
Where
yeah.
So, when you have that kind of like relationship with people, it's like you can say, hey, there's this event coming
Things
up.
happen.
Like, there's an opportunity for like sponsors or anything. And I doubt Atsu needs to pitch himself, right? Like I'm sure he's invited no matter what. But it's one of those things where it's like, hey, maybe this person got left out. Do you think you could toss him in the pool?
I have a link from Tawano that confirms what Brax is saying about Atsu is correct.
Let's get the fucking link. Let's get it.
Here you go.
All right.
Timestamp and everything.
Okay, and addressing Brax's longer, and we'll pull it up right here.
really now. You really don't know what this contract talk is about. You guys want proof? You guys want proof that he's capping here? Here is your proof. Here's your proof.
Clip.
So Atsu is showing a screenshot. What's the nature of this screenshot?
So I was presented a cool opportunity that I don't want to go into too much detail on.
Sure.
But I was presented a cool opportunity, and before any of the details were solidified, and before the opportunity was either, I'm gonna be honest, the opportunity didn't go through.
Okay.
But I had this opportunity, and I had no idea what to do, and I felt like the only person that I might know that also has a similar opportunity would be him, because he's the go-to for every event. Every con that I go to, he's hosting events at the Hoyoverse booth.
Right.
He's like the MC for all of the Genshin stuff.
Sure.
When they bring in streamers, it's him and his friends.
Uh-huh.
Then at the end of the con, well, I don't remember where I was going with this, to be honest.
Okay, so whenever you look at this screenshot, so this is a screenshot that Atsu posted, and the "Yo, could I ask you?" That's you messaging him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was asking him for advice.
So,
relatively new creator. I've only been doing this for like 2 years, or I had been 2 years at that point.
So what is this evidence of?
I actually don't know what that was being used as evidence for. I think he was trying to say.
Did I link you the wrong thing?
You might have linked us the wrong thing, because it was just a
I
screenshot
linked
of
you
him
the wrong
talking.
thing. I'm so sorry. I'd like to reiterate that I'm so fucking tired. It's insane.
All right, let's go to another one.
Yeah, I'm borderline brain dead. I'm so sorry. Yeah, can you check that again?
Okay.
Sorry.
Give me 1 second. I'll find it.
Yeah, it's the bottom one.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I did. I read his
I
document.
was like, this is not.
Yeah, no, that's my bad, boys. I mean, I'm brain dead right now. I'm gonna keep it 100%.
Okay, and this is Tuanto.
Yeah. Very good guy.
I don't think it was bad or
Very good
anything. Because, yeah, he did come up to me at Gamescom. And I just told him that, yeah, I told him the truth.
So Tuanto is Jake, and he did come up to me, applies to you, Brax, asking him, Tuanto, why you're being, like, excommunicated, kind of? Is that where we're going here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want to know the whole conversation, it was mostly at first I asked him if we have beef, like me and him, because I know he's close with Atsu, and that's where that came from. Is like like me personally, I don't have any beef with you, but Atsu.
Okay, all right.
How are you burping so much? I burp a lot. I think it's because of
Is that the end of it, or just?
Yeah, no, you already. That's the bottom.
That's it. That's the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay, so he's just implying. So like what you're linking me that clip for is to say that this is Jake confirming that he had a conversation with you, because this quote is taken from something that he said at Gamescom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how much, like, so basically Atsu also said that he tried to mend a relationship that someone named Imtashed had with Hoyoverse. Is that correct?
I heard that today. I didn't know about that.
I've also heard that.
Did that happen?
To my knowledge, I don't believe it was mended.
Would
Yeah,
that
I'm
not
not sure.
imply that he doesn't have the power?
For that specific scenario, yeah, because Hoyoverse does not like Mtashed at all.
Why?
Because he's been very critical of the company, and you're not really allowed to be overly critical of the game or be involved in drama or talk about leaks.
Okay.
I do think it's like worth noting that there are some creators, I think probably, like as far as Hoyoverse is concerned, that are like, no matter who gives you a vouch, we're not gonna give you another chance.
Sure. So you think that there's like a spectrum on it, and Imtash is so far into the spectrum that Atsu can't leverage any sort of influence to move the needle at all? Is that effectively what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And can I clarify something?
Yes.
Because I think again, this is a lot of people are taking out of context. I don't think that like. I feel like I have become like kind of a victim in this in whatever this is, right? But I also want to clarify, I don't think Atsu is like some evil mastermind plotting to destroy everyone or like control everything. I think it just happens to be that way, right? I think that what happens is
Can you
sometimes...
explain that?
So are you saying he didn't plan to destroy everyone's relationships?
He just did it?
But he just ended up doing it?
It just happened?
I feel like what happened... So maybe even that wording was bad, but like, I think that when he's like, hey, let's do this con thing, and he's like, hey, let's invite these specific creators, what that does is it like, you know, tells Hoyoverse, these are the creators we go to. It's not that, don't fuck with this guy. Maybe it is. Honestly, I don't know. I don't have any problem.
The stories that have come out
Let me
today-
go back. Go ahead, Tecton.
The stories that have come out today, Brax, would prove quite literally the opposite of what you're saying, which is there are many people that ought to have fucked over in the form of Bub, in the form of Sekapoko.
So whenever,
That's also true.
whenever you say so, Atsu does events for Hoyoverse. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Can
there's
you
a lot
give
of
me
them.
2 examples?
Yeah, so Gamescom was one of them. He was flown out and basically hosted some like game show thing, I think, on the main stage.
What
and
year?
He did a few things. This was last year, so it should have been the end of August.
2023?
Yeah. And then another one would be the Anime Expo that I was talking about, where I don't know if have you read the whole thing or no? It's a lot of reading.
I've read about like 1/3 of it.
Okay, so I'll try to explain the rest, but mostly there was one con that my second interaction with him happened at. It was at that Anime Expo. I believe he was hosting some of the Genshin events there, and also maybe a Star Rail one, but I don't remember that one off the top of my head.
Okay, so you have the Gamescom one, and what was the second one?
Anime Expo, I think 2022, but maybe it was 2021. Let's see, 2022. And that wasn't the only thing. I know he's hosted a lot more. It's just those are the ones that instantly, like, I was there and I remember this happening.
Okay, he says the first comment is that thank you to Hoyoverse for making this Anime Expo trip happen. So it's interesting wording here that I find to be a little bit confusing, but like for inviting us to participate, I mean, he's like, you know, for example, like he's not saying we were sponsored by them. He's not saying hashtag ad, but
I have a way better idea, because like right now I'm gonna keep it 100%. This is getting way too confusing, way too fast.
Okay.
I want you to ask me specifically the questions that you want answered, and I will answer them because I need to go to fuck to bed.
Okay.
I'm tired. I'm cold, sweating. I feel like shit.
Okay.
What is the specific questions that you want answered?
What did Atsu do wrong?
Okay, Atsu went behind the scenes and prevented multiple opportunities and relationships for other creators by putting in whispers into their ears saying, don't collab with Brax, don't do this with Brax, while having no proper reasoning whatsoever.
But there is no no hard evidence for that.
The only hard evidence or soft evidence that there is multiple creators all outspeaking their concerns that happen all today at the same time. I would also like to say that in the document, and I would like you to read this for yourself, in the document there's also a post that talks about alleged sexual assault and sexual harassment.
By who?
And then Atsu also himself in his text says that he doesn't want to talk about it because he doesn't want to out the victim, but he's also not ousting the perpetrator. That is something that I do not like. That is his words.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but I agree with Atsu there.
Okay, so you think that it's not a good idea if you know someone who's a predator, then to not call them out on it?
I don't think that it's his decision to make.
You don't think you could, like, tell anyone or report that without even bringing up the victim's name?
How could you report something without bringing up the name of the victim?
All right, good point. All right, cool, got me.
Well, yeah, well, and I'm thinking, like, because how could that happen?
Sure.
I mean, maybe, right? I mean, like, and I don't really know the details. And also, he could be protecting somebody. This is like a huge accusation, and I'm not saying he's doing this.
Well, this is not an accusation that I've made.
Right.
These are just things that have been talked about on both of those documents.
I understand.
This Yeah, this isn't me saying this. I am merely reading a quote off of what was posted.
Sure. Yeah, I understand.
But yeah, let me go even further and just show you exactly what it is that I'm talking about.
Okay, sure.
Give me one moment. Because this, to me, maybe I'm misunderstanding this. This is super weird to me.
This, the one you just linked? Oh, no.
Yep. That one. That is all that I'm saying is that a statement. I don't understand, and maybe you can shed light on why, if that had happened, why wouldn't you just say who did that? Maybe I don't get how that works.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, I think that what you're saying and how you feel is totally valid and very, like, it's authentic, it's understandable and everything like that. But whenever you push somebody's trauma out into the public without or even against their consent, because the relationship between those people isn't really understood, you could at some point make their life even worse than it was before then. Because
now, that is very true, but I would like to also say that Atsu made me talk publicly about my rape trauma. So I think that's where I kind of feel unfair, because he made me talk about that on stream.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so he was saying that I was shit-talking people in our private DMs. So
I remember you told me about this. Yeah, go ahead.
When a content creator says, you were shit-talking so many people in these DMs, well, I have no choice. It's either show the DMs or everyone thinks that I'm a fucking snake.
So basically what he did is
DMs,
he accused you. Let me just make sure I understand this.
Yep.
He accused you of something and he said, prove me wrong. And in order to prove you wrong, you had to expose a trauma that you had to go through that you didn't want to make public.
Absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, I can definitely see how you feel. Absolutely.
Yes.
And like the reason why he's doing it, what I'm saying is that, like, I don't know if there's enough that it sucks. Yeah, no, I think that actually, like, because I remember Tectone talked to me about this before. This was like 6 months ago or something like that. And I remember thinking, like, yeah, you are kind of between a rock and a hard place there. And so, yeah, no, I definitely think that that's Atsu.
That's why that tweet rubs me the wrong way.
And so Atsu said that you were shit talking people in DMs.
Yes.
So Atsu said that you were DMing Atsu.
Yes.
Like you were DMing him and shit talking.
Yes.
So he would have had the knowledge of what the DMs were whenever he said that.
Yes.
So he said that knowing that if he put you in that position, you would have had to expose your own trauma.
Yes.
Were you shit talking anyone?
I said one comment, Tenha was weird.
Okay.
I don't know if you consider weird shit talk, but Tenha's a pretty weird guy. He goes live and talks about dicks all the time.
Okay.
Like me, but times 1,000.
Okay, I understand.
That being said, I love Tenha, but he's a weird guy. I'm pretty sure everybody would agree with that.
Sure. And then you exposed the DMs. And what did Atsu do whenever you exposed the DMs?
He did not give a single fuck.
Okay. So it's not like he said that he didn't double down and say, like, oh yeah, this is the proof that you were shit talking. He just kind of was like, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. That's very odd. That's very, very weird.
Yeah.
Tectone is twisting. Atsu never said Tectone to show DMs. But he put Tectone in a position to where if Tectone didn't show DMs, the implication would be that Tectone was shit talking.
1,000,000%.
That's the rock. That's the catch-22. That's the rock in a hard place.
Dude, and people for 3 years have not gotten that. How are you to say? It doesn't matter if you don't directly say show the DMs. If you say Tectone was shit talking other content in our DMs, you're tarnishing my reputation. You're saying some things that I would never fucking do, and you are forcing my hand.
Okay. Atsu's in chat. Yeah, no, I bet he is. Tecton, I don't want to keep you up. I'll probably like, should I talk to him about this too and see kind of like what he's saying? Because like I don't want to keep you up for this.
I mean, I'm gonna keep it 100%. I'm gonna keep it 100%. I think Atsu's one of the most manipulative snake-faced motherfuckers on this place of the earth. Okay, if you want to talk to somebody, you can talk to M-Tashed. M-Tashed is great. But I don't trust Atsu worth a fucking damn. Bro has fucked my life for 3.5 years. And you know what the worst thing is? Even after all of this, I still know there's still going to be doubt in everybody's mind. He makes my life so much fucking harder than it needs to be. And that's pretty much it.
So you think...
Me personally.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to look and process everything right now and make sure that I see everything.
Yep.
Okay.
Again, you're free to do whatever you like, and maybe I pull a little Atsu and say, "Oh, Asmon, don't speak to him," and then you say, "Well, I do want to talk to you, but you know, Tectone." But I just want to fucking go to bed.
Okay, I understand that. That definitely makes a lot of sense for sure.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you really got yourself into a world of confusion, man.
Yeah, this is incredible.
It's a lot. I think the biggest issue is that like it's all like everything implicates everyone.
Right.
So I feel like if I say something that someone else said, then that person is now outed as like a part of this. And most of them don't want any part of it. Most of it are like, I'm going to tell you this in confidence. Like I'm not going to.
Okay.
And if we had damning evidence on bot, we would just go, okay, here it is, bot. But the only thing we can do is, man, if it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it's probably a fucking duck.
Okay. Well, since you've got to go to bed, man, like I get that. Could you add Imtash to the call? Do you have him on Discord? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Because I don't have him on Discord at all.
Yeah, I got you. But M-Tashed, I trust with my fucking life, and he's gonna do a way better job than me. Sorry, I'm so fucking tired, bro.
No, I got it, bro. Like you've been awake like all day.
Yeah.
I get it. Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, M-Tashed, can you take it over, man? Just be as fair as possible as you always are.
I'm gonna sewer you, Tectone. You made a big mistake here, brother.
Yeah, 100%. Anyways, just you got this.
All right. Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Peace, boys.
All right, see you later, man.
Later, Tectone.
All right, so I've talked to everybody. I've kind of read everything, and I tried to be as unbiased as I can and try to understand. So, the quick and dirty lore is the first things that I saw from Braxophone. As soon as I saw his post, I was looking at it, and I was like, do you know what? This sounds like mistakes I've made in my past. A little too eager to talk to creators about content and interjecting myself as like, hey, these are my colleagues. These are other people that I can relate to. Maybe they want to be friends. And I ended up getting blocked by some creators in the past in the Destiny community. And thankfully we hashed it out. But I understand that like just because we cover the same game, like we don't have to be friends. We don't have to be close. But it's hard not to, especially in life, when it's like my dad doesn't understand YouTube. I can't talk to my dad about it. It's hard not to see someone who's in that industry and be like, yo, it's finally someone to talk to, right?
Yeah.
So I saw that side of it. And then I also saw Atsu's side of it, where it's like, I don't even know this person. They're coming up, interjecting themselves in this relationship, or like into these conversations. And it's like, I don't know you. Why are we talking about numbers? Why are we talking about other stuff and shutting it down? And so I listened to both and I saw both. And the tough thing is this is a situation where there have been some big allegations, as you were saying, is like, some of them are saying, well, Atsu stopped people from getting sponsorships. And it's like, but is there proof of that? Because that is a massive allegation. And I don't think anyone has that answer. Did Atsu shut down a sponsorship and cause someone to lose money? No one can know that for sure. There is no, unless there is a DM that gets leaked, you could never know that.
What do you think? What do you think the probability of that is?
It's really tough to say because, you know, when I discussed with him, the one thing was I went to bat for you with Hoyoverse, and it's like, well, if you even consider yourself powerful enough to go to bat for me to get me unblacklisted, then wouldn't you have the power to go, hey, don't ever work with this person? Because I'm sure, Asman, if or Zach, whatever you want me to call you,
Sure.
if you reached out to Mythic Talent, or you worked with a big brand and said, yeah, do not sponsor this person. I've heard behind the scenes they kick puppies. They're probably going to take that pretty damn seriously and listen, right? Even if you're not best friends, even if you're not like, in bed with this company, if someone puts that word out there,
you're poisoning the well. I understand what you're saying,
right?
But is your relationship with Hoyoverse better?
Mine?
Yes.
With them? Oh, they hate me. They hate me. I'm blacklisted.
Why that Atsu doesn't have the power?
My argument would be maybe they hate me so much that Atsu couldn't fix it.
It's beyond his repair. I understand. Okay.
But with Braxophone, who was being invited to some things, if he doesn't anymore, maybe it's enough to stop that. So that's where the allegations potentially come from, is like, well, I was going and now I'm not. It's hard not to think, well, Atsu hates me, now I'm not invited. Was he the cause? And so that's where I think a lot of the allegations come from. But again, it's hard to prove it. It's hard to say he actually did it.
So this is how I see it, right? Is that I see it through this lens. And I have, like, now I've seen the videos, and there are videos of Atsu saying basically, and I would ask Atsu, were these events, these Genshin events, sponsored by at this Anime Expo and at Gamescom? Because it seems like they are. That's because it's his first line is thank you to Hoyoverse. So I believe that they are. So if Atsu has the ability to connect to he is basically the master of ceremonies for these events, and then he is also probably having a good degree of involvement of who goes to the events. He is indirectly a gatekeeper to interacting with this company. Because if he invites the same person, then also these people, I would assume, like, I don't know how Hoyoverse does things specifically, but a lot of these companies, if you're going to do a show with them or something like that, they're going to be the ones they're going to fly you out. They're going to have all your information. They're going to be connected to you. They're going to be talking to you. I know that, like, for example, like I did Allcraft at BlizzCon, and I got flown out there by Blizzard completely. So right. I feel like, and in doing so, that got me closer to Blizzard. Even though I wasn't paid for them, or sorry, I wasn't paid by them directly, I was just participating in an event. So,
right.
I do think that, like, at this point, what is really problematic here is that Atsu can theoretically not necessarily control, but heavily influence who is on their radar. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I've seen that stuff happen in the past. One time when I was casting an event, because I used to do like some shout casting here and there, someone was like, who would be a really good choice? And I had the decision of like, I can say Dr. Lupo, who ended up going and doing it with me.
Sure.
Or I could say someone else. And you know, so we do have those situations where our influence can cause someone else and someone not to, right? So if you want, like, I'm sure we could get Atsu in here if you want to ask him directly, because from what I'm seeing, you want the facts. You want the proof. Okay.
Right.
And so I'll see. Can I just add someone in like that?
Yeah, you just have to click the plus thing, and then it should add them to the call.
Because if you want to go through the facts, if you want to just go into it, like, I think that's fair and everything. So I'll just add him in here.
All right. I think I'm not ready to.
Sounds good, man. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for coming on and talking about it.
Yeah, sorry, Brax.
You know,
I didn't even think.
I know.
That.
It's all good.
I kind of brought you into this, and you know, this is kind of a big thing for you. I get it, man. So thanks a lot for talking about it, and I do really appreciate it. Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
See you. Okay. You want me to just like I will? Okay, no, he's in the call. Yo, what up?
Hello.
Hey, okay, so the man of the hour, the
yes,
the public enemy #1,
Yes, I did. I did hear you called me a rat, but
It did
I
seem
understand
like,
where
but
you're
you
coming
were,
from.
but you were doing some things that seemed to be
No,
some.
no, no.
Okay.
I think that's fair, but I
Uh-huh.
also just want to be very thankful to you that you did challenge every statement, and you asking for proof.
Of
Because I
course.
just feel like that hasn't been around today, so feels kind of bad.
Oh,
But yeah.
I mean, like, I get it. I will give everything a fair shake. And so the first thing I want to ask is,
Yeah.
so you had these two events. There was the event at
Yes.
Gamescom, the event
Yeah,
at
they're
Genshin.
both sponsored. Yeah,
Did you get paid for them?
I did get paid for them. Yeah.
Did Hoyo and I if there's anything that's NDA, you can just say it's NDA. I can't tell you, and I will shut the fuck
Okay.
up.
Okay.
Did Hoyoverse pay for, or did Hoyoverse directly interact? Because I'm assuming you suggested people for the event, right?
No.
What?
So, wait, are we talking about? Sorry, let me. Okay, sorry. Could you? Wait, what are you talking about?
Okay,
here?
so in all of these sponsored events that you've done for Hoyoverse,
Yes.
did
yes.
you have
So,
any sort?
I have your stream up right now, and you have the Gamescom one, right?
And also the Anime Expo one too. Did you have any sort of control over or
No,
any?
for both of these, I
Okay.
was actually added very last minute.
Okay. So
Sorry, for
you
the
had
Gamescom one,
you had no
I-
control and no feedback and no interaction at all with any of the people that you were being added in with. Is that correct?
Yes. So, are you asking like if I was speaking to Hoyoverse staff or other content creators?
If you were speaking to Hoyoverse staff.
No, yeah, I was added in as one of the last people for both
So
of
you,
these events.
so for both of those events, okay. So for any other event that you did with Hoyoverse, did you ever give them any sort of like say, oh hey, I think you should bring this person, or I like this person? Did they ever ask you that?
No, but there is one instance, and this is the one that Brax is talking about in his document,
Right.
where I sent an email to Hoyoverse. I pitched to them, like, oh, all these content creators are coming to Anime Expo. Like, are you guys doing anything? And a bunch of us are going to be in a singular Airbnb so we can do content for you. So I pitched them like an idea of what to do. That was like a very, very long time ago. I think that was the first Anime Expo that like content creators went to for Genshin.
Sure.
So Genshin did not do anything with that until I think Honkai, they wanted to promote Honkai Star Rail, and that was their initial intention from my understanding. And because we were already conveniently together in one Airbnb, they took us on. And this is the one where Brax is saying I took a pay cut, but I think he's confusing this with another convention, which is a Filipino convention called Conquest, which is one that I did take a pay cut for, and I directly went to the con organizer, and I was like, this content creator would be good, this content creator would be good, and kind of like a pseudo agent. And it wasn't just like Genshin creators.
Okay.
I
Okay,
went
so-
through a bunch of creators.
So
yeah.
let's go back to the Honkai thing first, and then we can talk
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
pay cut. So the first thing is that with Honkai Star, is this Honkai Star Rail, I'm assuming?
Honkai Star Rail.
So you did, in fact, influence them. It's just that you didn't influence them at the time that you attempted to. Is that correct? Because you're saying that they used the list and they took your advice, but they didn't do it at the moment that you asked them to, but they then later on came back and then did it. Is that correct?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I emailed them, and I said that we're going to be in Anime Expo.
Yes.
Or we are thinking of going to Anime Expo. Like, is there something we can do here? So none of this was set in stone until they specifically said yes to XYZ creators that were going to be in this house. Because like not everyone in the Airbnb ended up sponsored, and other people also were sponsored that weren't in the Airbnb and that weren't.
So did they
part of
make?
the
So
group.
they made decisions on the people who would and would not be allowed in.
Yes, they're the ones that made the decision.
And so because they made that decision and you found that out, that implies that you provided the list.
I gave them a list of people that would be in our Airbnb,
Yes.
but that was not everyone that was sponsored.
Right, of course, because some of them weren't given the approval. But it does imply that you were the list
No,
giver.
no. Sorry, I mean like some of the people who are not content creators related to the Airbnb were also sponsored.
Sure. Yeah, of course, right? I'm not saying that you had complete control, but you did have a degree of control because you provided them a list of people and then they made decisions off of the people on the list. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you did provide a list to Hoyoverse, and then Hoyoverse did sponsor people or not sponsor people, but Hoyoverse made their own decision off of that, but that decision was informed by your initial list. Is that correct? Partially,
correct,
at least.
that's
Okay.
correct.
So you did control it to a degree.
I would say yes, I did control that to a degree in that sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that makes sense. And now let's go back over to what was the thing that you were talking about after that?
This pay cut thing.
Okay, the pay cut.
I think he's just confusing that with something else.
Sure. Well, let's talk about the pay cut. Who got paid?
That is, well, I think everyone who went on the Conquest thing got paid.
By who?
I got paid as well, but so Conquest, the Filipino convention, they paid people and flew them out.
So Conquest paid you, not Hoyoverse.
Oh, the Conquest has nothing to do with Hoyoverse. That's why I'm saying I think he got confused.
What was the event?
It was a convention in the Philippines.
What was the nature of the convention?
Just popular media, like gaming, anime, just pop culture.
Okay. And so does Conquest have a relationship with Hoyoverse?
No.
Okay.
They're completely unrelated.
Okay. And so can you explain?
Hoyoverse had a booth there, right?
No, they did not have a booth there.
So did Hoyoverse fly you out to be like just creators there to like be like?
No,
oh my
it
God,
wasn't It wasn't Hoyoverse. Conquest is a Filipino convention that has nothing to do with Hoyoverse.
Right, but they paid you to fly out.
Yeah, so Conquest paid us.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and why exactly did you take a pay cut? Could you explain a little bit of that to me?
Well, the Filipino economy is not as strong as like the American standard for sponsorships. It's definitely a big mismatch because of the currency conversion. So, but I really wanted this to be a thing. So I was like, okay, if I slash my own pay, would that be fine for like the overall budget you're willing to allocate for the group of people that are going?
Okay.
Yeah.
And why did you want to slash so you slashed your own pay to get other people in that you wanted to get in? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, go ahead.
Like if you, the only thing I'll say is like if you're able to influence Conquest by slashing your own budget to get people there, like does that also not show like shit? We've got a lot of power to influence who does get jobs and who doesn't, and like that's why people are linking it together of like, well, whatever Atsu says goes.
I apologize. I was a little bit distracted. I was just trying to find out to see if this was actually true. This was the Conquest 2023. Is that correct?
2022.
Okay. Well, now we're gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to find that one then.
Sorry.
Well, in 2023, at least, it does seem like they had a lot of Genshin Impact stuff. Now, was this sanctioned by Hoyoverse? It's hard to say. I don't really know the nature of the relationship, but it does seem like Hoyoverse was aware of this, and so, and I assume that probably like they wouldn't have voice actresses coming from Genshin Impact, a voice actress coming from Genshin Impact, like representing herself as a voice actress from Genshin Impact, probably unless there's at least some sort of, understanding there. I could be wrong, however.
I think the two voice actresses that came were because they were Filipino.
Yeah. Okay. I see that. Okay. Well, I can't really see anything explicitly that Hoyoverse sponsored the event. I'm not sure. And so basically you took a pay cut from this event in order to bring in other people. And the people that were brought in because of your pay cut, were they people that you suggested?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. So at that point, you did have the power to do that, but that wasn't something that necessarily had to do with Hoyoverse itself.
Yeah, well, it was more
Okay.
like I pitched a group of people.
Right, yeah, sure.
Same as before.
Yeah, I get it.
And they were like, okay, we want this one, this one, this one.
So, why do you hate Brax?
I don't hate Brax, but
why do you distrust him?
We have a pretty bad relationship.
Why?
Okay. How much of the twit longer have you seen?
Well, I mean, throughout the past hour and a half, I've looked at pretty much almost all of it. But the part with you is the majority of the beginning, right?
Not all of it is about me.
Sure, but it's your interaction. Like the actual interaction that he had with you. Everything else is just implications.
Yes.
So what happened with the interaction?
Okay, so Anime NYC was the first time we met. I believe he put down that date, 2022, November. There was a fan meet.
That's what he says.
Oh, 2021?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Sure. I mean,
that was a fan meet at the entrance of the convention. So I was just saying hello to viewers and taking photos. And then Brax's phone comes, walks up to me. He's with 4 other girls, cosplayers, but he talks to me one-to-one. We chat.
Did you know who he was at this point?
No.
Okay.
Like, I did not know him personally. I may have heard of his name, maybe, but I don't remember this interaction to the fullest. I just remember thinking that, well, that was a bit weird because the way he spoke to me was as if we were like friends, but I have never interacted with him before.
And could you express a little bit more of like what you mean by that he spoke to you as if you were friends?
I think it was the tone that... how do I explain?
He gave you a weird vibe.
No. Not at that moment. It wasn't a weird vibe, but it was more so I wasn't sure. So he was, of course, very friendly, and I was friendly back to him as well. But like because I had just been meeting a bunch of viewers up to that point,
right?
And then he came up, and I think the way to describe it would be like overly familiar.
Sure, I get it, because maybe he watched your content a lot, and because he was another content creator, he thought there was a camaraderie that you didn't understand. Is that effectively what you're saying?
That would be a good way to put it, yeah.
All right, and so anyway, so that led you to initially have a distrust for him, is that correct?
No, that was not what led to me to have a distrust. That just, I thought was, okay, it was a bit of awkward interaction, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, that's not the end of the story. What happened after that?
Yeah. So then we had a photo. I sent it to him. I followed him back on Twitter, and we didn't really interact then. But during that period, he would tweet a lot, and these tweets would be of the sentiment of growth, collaborations, financial stuff, basically everything that most content creators do care about. Like a lot.
Yeah, sure.
And for me, I just didn't really like that vibe where it was like obsessively fond of growth, which I understand is fair as a content creator. Like he is allowed to talk about that and tweet that kind of stuff.
So you didn't like the fact that he was tweeting about the success of his channel? Is that?
No, not necessarily success. It was more like the obsessive nature of the numbers of content creation. So he would say stuff like, I'm paraphrasing here.
Oh, sure.
But it would be stuff like, oh, why am I not doing as good as my peers? Or I wish XYZ would be for me. And it felt like a bit, is doom posting the right word?
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, and I just didn't really like that vibe that much. But that also wasn't the reason why I ended up like distrusting him. That was just something that was there that I observed, and I was like, okay, he's very numbers focused, and that's okay because I know some people who are numbers focused, but that's not the vibe that I would want to befriend.
Can I jump in here really quickly?
Yeah, you can jump. Yeah.
Can you see the Twitter post that I linked from Dollop of Daisy in the Twitter,
Yeah.
or in the Discord there? So that's just like definitely a different take on like the first interactions. And then there's also a Twitch clip of like a tier list of content creators, and Brax's logo is on there. So it's like there might be like at least some situation where you knew each other or knew of each other.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to bring up that as some, it's another point of view.
So here's a clip, and this is
Atsu.
This is you, Atsu, and you're rating people, and Brax is on this list. Is that correct? Let me see if I can find it. Well, because we don't have the full context of this, do we? And he didn't.
No,
rate...
it's just a short clip.
Well, usually tier lists aren't created by the person who's using them, so I'm not sure if that's strong enough evidence.
For sure.
Like, there are a lot of times, like, I've done, like, fast food tier lists, and there were, like, some fast food restaurants that I saw that, I hadn't even been to. So I don't know if the second clip is a very strong bit of evidence. But this Daisy girl obviously had, like, a different issue. And so, well, anyway, like, we can talk about it. She said she didn't like you because, like, the way that you treated yourself is, like, some kind of ego thing. Like, I'm not really sure about that. I don't want to get into that too much. But I do want to go back to, like, your distrust of Brax and, like, where that came from. So he initially was overly friendly in a way that made you uncomfortable. And then on Twitter, he talked a lot about numbers. But you said both of these things weren't the actual reasons why you decided to distrust him. What was that actual reason?
Oh, sorry, were you speaking? I was reading the Daisy screenshot.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
So you said that basically with with Brax, that whenever you initially spoke to him, and then whenever, like, where he came off as overly friendly, and then whenever you saw his tweets that you thought were doom posty and numbers focused, those were not the two things that led you to distrust him.
That was just like the slow build up towards that point.
Well, where's the climax?
So this is the Anime Expo OTV party where he's written it down in his own document, where he comes up to me and he opens the conversation with, this Genshin Impact voice actor is a sexual predator. Like, that's the that was his, like, opening line.
So wait, hold up. Let me just stop. Let me understand this fully. So Brax comes out and says that a Genshin Impact voice actor is a sexual predator.
Yes.
Why did he say that?
So, well, in his document, he says someone told him to do that. So if you open up his document, he writes it down as, I spoke to Atsu and said it was this terror and creep to my voiceover friends or something. And I don't remember exactly what he said, but
so
it should be there somewhere. And then he wrote down, like, oh, this was like a big yikes in hindsight. I'm paraphrasing again, but yeah.
So who said it was, like, what was a big yikes in whose hindsight?
Oh, so Brax is saying in hindsight, the fact that he opened up the conversation with me like that was a big yikes.
So he opened up a conversation with you, and was this in person or was this online?
Yeah, this was in person, yeah.
So he opened up an in-person conversation with you that one of the voice actors of Genshin Impact was a sexual predator.
Yes, correct.
Were they?
I don't know, because it was just allegations. And he heard that from someone else.
Do they work with Hoyoverse right now?
I believe so.
Okay. So, who was it? Let's find out.
I am not. Well, I can DM him.
Well, I'm gonna figure it out in like 3 seconds because the chat's gonna tell me, right? So who is it? Is it the person that people are saying in my chat?
No, this is someone else that they're talking about.
Oh.
The Elliot guy is someone else. He wasn't even in the game at that point.
So you're telling me that there's a second person that
yes, according to Braxophone, yes.
Yes. Okay, so there's a second person who is unnamed who also was a sexual predator, and you didn't know that. And is the truth of that matter determined at all right now, whether this happened or not? Is it public in any capacity?
No.
No, it's not public, and
no, it's not
you
public.
Don't know. Okay.
I don't know.
So why do you think he brought that up to you?
That I don't know, but like at that time when he did it in person, I was just like a bit stunned.
What was your relationship to that person?
Friendly, cordial. We would like interact on Twitter every now and then.
So were you friends with them more than, let's say, you were friends with Brax?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Okay. So maybe he told you that because he thought that you were friends with him and he wanted you to know?
Oh, yeah, I can see that for sure.
And what was your response to him telling you that?
That I don't remember. Like, I don't remember what I said about that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just remember being shocked.
Right.
And it was just awkward after that.
Sure, I get that. And so did you ever talk to that person that you knew about what Brax said?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Because it is just a very uncomfortable matter to talk about, especially I don't want to be, because maybe Brax is right, and he said it's information that he got from another person, another voice person.
Did you continue interacting with that person after Brax told you that?
No, I stopped.
So you stopped interacting with them, but you also didn't tell them. You kind of just cut contact.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Did you tell anybody else besides, like, obviously, did you tell anybody else about this situation?
I asked some other voice actors and actresses I knew what they knew about this situation, and they said, we've heard about it, but it's just allegations, so we don't know for sure.
So there were other people that knew about it as well besides Brax, and this person was a voice actor for Genshin Impact, is that correct?
Yes.
And the allegations never came to light, is that also correct?
No, they never came to light.
And the person named is unnamed, is that also correct?
Could you repeat that?
The person that we're referring to is unnamed. Like,
it's unnamed,
okay, yeah, all right. So it's very, it's like, I mean, you're just, like, I'm completely in the dark here, right? I have no idea because there's just, there's so little information to really go off of. I don't really think I can say much else besides that. It seems like everybody is saying that it was Tiganari. I don't know what that is. It seems like that's not the person, right? That's not it.
No, so Tignari was one that got ousted.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. It's a different person, different controversy.
It's a different person. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I understand that. And so that's really what made you distrust Brax because of that one interaction.
I would say everything leading up to that point, and then that was when I felt very uncomfortable. I was like, okay, this is not someone I can trust.
And this was the first time that you had heard about him. Why do you think you couldn't trust him based off of that?
I just thought it was bizarre that would be like the first thing you would say to someone when you don't really have an established friendship.
With something that's like so emotionally charged, it's very hard to know how a person would respond to it. Like, would they respond to it in like a good way? Like, because it's like,
I agree.
Yeah, it's like whenever something like this happens, it's always very easy to go back and say, oh, you should have known this, you should have seen this, etc.
No, I agree.
I don't think that there's, in this specific circumstance, like, I do think that seems like you kind of like, it weirded you out, and you also stopped interacting with the person. So it's not like you ignored what he said to protect him. You brought it up with other people. So it doesn't seem like you really acted in bad faith here. I don't think that you did. So after that, you go on to, and is this where you, let's talk about this picture here.
Yes.
It's pretty convenient, isn't it?
Yeah.
How'd this happen?
Well, you see the lady to my left.
I do.
The Asian lady. She's my wife.
Okay.
She very, very rarely travels to America with us or with me.
Sure.
Whenever I go to these events. So we don't have photos of like these select group of people who were going to be attending this convention on the left that you see here. So I ended up photoshopping the VTuber Bao, who was also going to attend, over both Braxophone and Saki.
And why did you do it over Brax? Because the original post didn't have Brax blocked out, but now it does.
Oh, so as I just said, so the post on the right was taken at Anime Expo at this OTV party that Braxophone told me about, that voice actor.
Sure.
Yeah, and then the one on the left is about the convention I was just telling you about, the Filipino one, Conquest. So there's no photos of this select group of people, minus Braxophone and minus the VTuber in front of Braxophone. So to have a photo with all these select people in it, I used this one and I photoshopped another VTuber over those two people. Because
So this
those
is
two aren't going to Conquest.
So this second VTuber here,
Yeah.
is it different? Which VTuber is this that you photoshopped
This
over?
is Bao. This is Bao.
But I thought you said Bao was the one who was in the original picture that you photoshopped.
No.
over.
The one in the original picture is, well, she doesn't want to be named and she doesn't want to be.
So she's
involved in-
completely unnamed. We don't even know who this person
No,
is.
we know who she is. Braxphone has already brought it up, but she's come out and said she doesn't want to be involved.
Okay. Yeah.
So I can type the name in the Discord
Well,
chat.
if she doesn't want to be involved in it, that's totally fine. But was she okay with this original post being made? Like, when did this picture get taken?
This was the OTV Anime Expo party. And this was another drama because Braxophone posted this picture without the censor. So he didn't cover her face.
So he didn't cover the VTuber's face who didn't wish to be
No,
named?
he didn't cover the VTubers. Yeah.
Okay. And so...
That was a mistake. That was like an accident, like honest mistake.
Sure, yeah, I understand that. Okay. But it would make sense that you would probably not trust him more so after that because that was a mistake, right? He didn't know. Yeah, he didn't know, exactly. Okay, so then you reposted this picture. So, like, basically, the time in which the picture was taken and whenever you posted the picture, a significant amount of time had passed. It's not like it was posted the day after.
Yeah, I think it's 1 year apart, almost 1 year apart.
Okay, so an entire year apart. And so what was your reasoning again to edit Brax out of the photo?
Because in this photo, it has literally all the people who were going to be going to the Philippines for this convention, minus the two people that I photoshopped over.
So all
it was
of
just conveniently placed.
Right, sure, I understand. So you're saying that every single person that is shown in this image went to that convention?
Was attending Conquest, yes, as a guest. And the reason why it's this photo specifically is because my wife on the left, she rarely ever comes to America with me, so we don't have group photos like this.
No, I understand.
So this is, yeah.
I understand. Okay, so people are saying that Dish's husband didn't go. Is that correct?
He was... No, I think he was there, but he's not a content creator as like in the form of a guest, but he was there.
So he did go?
Yeah, he did go.
Okay, so then the chat is wrong.
Let me just double check that. Let me just double check that. Yes, he did go.
Okay, so he did go. The chat was wrong. Okay, I understand. Okay, so after that, Atsu DMs you, I guess, and he asks you if you had a problem with him. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you just...
this image, I can't remember if that image is before or after these DMs, but I think the date is on. I don't know. If you can pull it
September
back
3rd,
up.
2022.
Yeah. So that's the DMs, but what about the image?
The image
one we were
is,
just talking about,
I think it was on February 2nd, 2023, if I remember right. I have to go back and look
so
at
that
it
was
again.
after. Okay.
February
yeah.
15th, 2023.
Okay, so that was after
Yeah.
the DMs.
Right. Okay, so then, yeah, at that point, he already knew that you didn't like him and everything like that. And
Yeah.
so, my last real interactions with him, here's what I learned. I wasn't reading into things too much. I just asked him directly. So, did you tell other people why you didn't like him?
So after the Anime Expo party, I told the car was Gish, Joshua, Psycho, can't remember if someone else there, my wife. And I said, I don't trust this guy, and I was not very comfortable, but because of the thing he said.
Yes. What did they say? Did they agree with you?
No. Dish was like, oh, I think you should give him a chance. Joshua was also very nice about it. He said, no, like, he was nice.
Did they continue to interact with Brax after that?
I'm not sure how publicly they did, but I believe at the very least Joshua definitely did privately, but I cannot speak for them on that behalf.
And was a person named Jake in this call? I think his name was, it began with a T.
Twanto, Jake,
Twanto, yeah.
He was at the party, but I don't think he was in the same car on the way back home.
So, but he knew that you didn't like Brax, is that correct?
Yeah, after so the VTuber whose face was revealed was his girlfriend at the time.
Right.
And I believe that rubbed him the wrong way, but you'll have to take what he says on that, 'cause I can't speak on him for that.
Well, because if I read the document, basically Brax is saying that one of the reasons why, because he said, like, this is, Brax said that this is what Jake said, in quotes. I don't really have any problems with you personally, but you know Atsu.
This is a completely different timeline now. It's like a whole year after what we were just talking about. So that is from Gamescom.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, obviously, if you don't like somebody, it's not like you're going to turn around and start liking them after a year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, why do you think Jake said that?
I don't really have any problems with you personally, but you know Atsu?
Yes.
I would like to see where he said that. First of all, I would like to see the full context of where he said that, because I was watching earlier, and Brax has quoted other things that he admitted were not true.
I know, and I found that with the whatever Atsu says goes, yeah, and he said that he was...
Yeah.
I get that. But, and that's why I clarified with him earlier that this is what Jake said.
I appreciated that.
Yes.
So with this line as well, I'm not involved in this conversation, so I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, Tuantu said on his stream that he talked to Brax at that time period.
He did talk to Brax, but he didn't specify what he said.
But the implication would be that if he said he talked to Brax, that he would also say if Brax was, like, misstating what he said. I mean, this would logically make sense, because he also was saying that he didn't say, or he did say other things. Or sorry, he was disproving other things. So logically, if he is acknowledging that this conversation happened, he's actively listening to it being explained and disproving certain things, and he did not disprove this thing, it would imply that it happened. Is that correct?
I don't agree with that, because the clip that you watched earlier was very short, and he was responding to a chatter. And for this one, I believe if you pair this line up and you scroll all the way down, there's another one where Braxophone is specifically asking him for my location.
Like geographical?
So, yeah, like my So this was in Gamescom Germany. He was also invited to that convention to do some work, and he wanted to know my location. and I think I have your stream open, so there might be a bit of delay. But yes,
Sure.
he says in the second last paragraph, Jake said, and in caps lock, I quote, "I know for a fact he does not want to talk to you." And this, I know Jake said that because he told Brax that, because Jake told me that Brax was looking for you.
I know he doesn't want to talk to you. I also asked the Hoyoverse staff that's both worked with us if he can connect us. Yeah, okay. And why didn't you want to talk to him at this point?
This was...
Not that you need a reason. This is totally fine. I just want to understand.
No. I'm happy to explain. So, this was, Gamescom, if you can open the Gamescom video, that will be roughly the time of when this happened.
Sure.
Just the date on that one.
Yeah, that was September 4th, 2023.
Yeah, so it was last year, not too long ago, maybe like half a year ago. Throughout that point, after that conversation with me and Brax in the DMs, he would then start messaging people to message me, to speak or speak on his behalf, including Hoyoverse stuff. And this is something I wanted to touch on later. For Mike as well. MTash in the call right now. And this went on for like the next however long until now, till today, where he would just keep trying to find me, or he would keep trying to talk to me when I made it clear that I don't want to talk to him.
And why didn't you want to talk to him?
Oh, I thought I made it clear that I don't vibe with him.
Okay, so that's just like, that's it. Okay, got it.
But there is a bit more context after that. Is after I sent that message, it's the thing you opened earlier by accident. It's the contract DMs. He sent that, even though I told him that I don't want to be, so like I don't vibe with him.
Okay.
So, yeah. So for me, it was like he just kept encroaching on my boundaries, which it is what it is, but. That was my perspective of the situation.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess so. So that's your relationship with Brax, and
yes.
All right. It's very hard. And did you ever speak with Hoyoverse staff about Brax?
About Brax's phone?
Yeah.
Yes, because when he DM'd me about that contract stuff.
Yeah.
I was intrigued.
Can you elaborate on that? On the intrigue?
I was just curious about what it was about.
And so so what you're implying here is that after Brax messaged you asking about advice for this contract, then you messaged somebody at Hoyoverse?
I messaged someone at Hoyoverse, yeah.
And what did you ask them?
Oh, what is this about?
What's it about? Okay. And did Brax get that deal? Did that deal happen for him?
I don't know.
Okay.
Brax said it didn't happen.
It did not happen.
Yeah. Can I touch on the Hoyoverse stuff as well?
Sure.
So every single content creator can have access to Hoyoverse contacts, and when Mike was talking about me trying to patch up his relationship with Hoyoverse, it wasn't anything that serious. That's something even Brax's phone could have done. That's something someone else could have done.
Why do you think that
just putting...
Sorry,
go ahead. Just putting Mike in contact with someone is something any content creator under Hoyoverse can do. And I feel like this is pretty clear because later on, even in Brax's own statement, he says he goes through a Hoyoverse contact to try and get to me.
Well, he talked to somebody who was at the convention, so it's not like he really talked to them through a channel that he had available to them. I think that he talked to them.
No. So for me, as far as I'm aware, he messaged 3 different Hoyoverse staff to try and talk to me.
Okay, so basically, Brax is saying that he doesn't have a line to Hoyoverse, but in fact he does.
No, he's not saying he doesn't have a line. I'm just saying, my point is, content creators that are unfortunately not like Mike, who are hated supposedly or blacklisted by the company, they all have a line to Hoyoverse because we have like these creator servers on like Discord where there's content creators and you work with Hoyoverse. Yeah.
So why do they say that they don't then?
I don't think Brax said that, did he?
Well, I think the implication is
Tectone
that
doesn't, but Brax does.
So
Tectone and Mike don't have any lines to Hoyoverse. I think Tectone used to, but then he got blacklisted.
Okay.
And then Braxophone has always had lines to Hoyoverse.
Okay.
But that's like the same for many content creators, regardless of size.
Okay. That's very hard for me to, like, I can't really verify any of that. I do want to go back to, it does seem...
I can send a screenshot of the server.
No, I believe that
where
you have
everyone
a server.
is in.
Like, I believe that. Like, many games have this. Like, I'm in 2 or 3 of them myself. I believe that. I can see it to be very unsettling, you know, from Brax's perspective, to hear that you had openly expressed your dislike for Brax to a lot of friends of yours. And did you ever talk to anybody from Hoyoverse about how you felt about Brax?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no. No. Sorry, I did, yes.
Okay, you did. So, what did you tell them?
Well, this is because they contacted them to talk to me. And
They
I was
contacted
like, I don't
them.
Want this.
Who contacted
As
you?
in, Brax contacted them.
Brax contacted Hoyoverse in order to talk to you?
To talk to me, and I told them I want to be left alone.
So you didn't, but you just said that you talked to them about how you felt about Brax. Now you're saying I want to be left alone. This is a neutral statement.
No. So this is, I'm referring to, if you open his document at the bottom.
Right.
The one I'm talking about now is where he says he messaged Hoyoverse staff to get things.
Yeah. They were unsuccessful in opening a dialogue and ended up ghosting me for a few months because they were unsatisfied with the outcome while trying to find other ways to solve things.
Yes. And this person had messaged me about Brax before, asking like what's going on between you guys.
And this person is a Hoyoverse employee?
Is a Hoyoverse employee,
right.
Yes.
And did you contact that Hoyoverse employee in the future as well? Was that the person that you had asked about the contract that Brax had?
The contract was way before this.
Okay.
This when Brax asked them, yeah.
So you're saying that, like, you didn't have any influence because Brax didn't get this contract, but you are saying that you talked to Hoyoverse, but in the process of talking with them, you never badmouthed Brax and caused him to not get the contract?
No.
Okay. And again, like, I don't know if that's true. Like, I don't have the information.
I understand that. That's fair.
Yeah, I don't have the information to know if that's true. I just want to make sure that, like, you know, I know exactly what you're saying. Okay, so all of this comes out about you, and the next thing I wanted to talk about was the stuff with, what's the name? Goose. Tectone's old roommate. So you were subtweeting about him.
I was What is a subtweet?
A subtweet is whenever you make a tweet about a person, but you don't explicitly name them.
Oh, no. Sorry, I meant like what was the
I'll read the tweet to you.
Okay.
Sorry,
so
before we move on, can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
I have to say this, I've been holding my tongue, is if you found out from Brax that he might potentially have a contract with Hoyo, and if you go to Hoyo and be like, hey, is it true that maybe you're working with Braxophone? That doesn't raise some major red flags. Like, wouldn't Hoyoverse be like, number one, how do you know about it? Number two, why are you asking about it?
Well, they told me they don't know anything.
It just seems reaching out to Hoyo directly after talking with him is like, well,
it is.
He was asking for advice on how much to make. Or, you know.
So you're totally right, Imtash, that it's extremely sus. But the truth is that we don't have the information available to us. That I don't.
Yes, true.
I don't think that I can, without a shadow of a doubt, say, you know, fucking, you know, he came in there, Atsu came in there, and, you know, poisoned the well, so Brax didn't get the contract. Now, is that possible that Atsu did that? It is definitely possible. And I think a lot of people think that's what Atsu did. But we don't have any evidence for that, and so I don't think it's worth pursuing a assumption.
And that's fair. Yeah.
But of course it's sus. Of course. Anyway, is that? Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the subtweet. This is a story, a video that Goose did 2 years ago. It's a tweet that you did. There are many creators in the Genshin circle and wider connected circles I'd like to befriend or get to know better, but they're already in so deep with many people who are awful off stream, and it makes me skeptical if they are just naive or also awful behind the scenes. Who is that about?
Tectone is one of them.
Okay, so then this subtweet.
There's other creators as well. It's not about Goosegg though, but Tectone is an example.
Okay, so let's use some logic here. So you're saying that you're saying Tectone is an awful person off stream, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at that time? Whoa, let me just go through this. Did you at that time know that Goose was friends with Tectone?
Yes.
So then the implication would be that Goose, being friends with Tectone, would make him guilty by association and thus a subject to this tweet. Is that correct?
Oh, this is not about Goose, no.
But it would be about Goose.
No, it would not be about Goose, because Goose himself had already had interactions with me, which were not positive. So, Tectone is just an example. There are other creators as well that I find very questionable. I find them to be awful people off stream as well.
Why do you find them to be awful people?
Well, for example, I don't really want to hash someone else's name in, but
you don't have to use names. Just why do you think they're awful?
Okay, so in a previous community I was in, before Genshin Impact, is another gacha game.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy indeed. You know how gacha games have their in-game currency to pull for things?
Oh yes.
Yeah. So there was the how do I say this without okay, the chat already know, but so in this gacha game, the in-game currency, you have your standard price, you know, buying it the legal way, and then you have the quote-unquote illegal way of buying them, which would ultimately get you banned.
Is this buying them through a third-party website reseller
buying
that's
them through like
them with another currency that's devalued? Is that correct?
No, it's the one where people would like refund, make multiple Google accounts and then load on money, refund, make a new Google account, refund. That one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the...
Yeah, so one of the creators that I deemed as awful is someone who ended up promoting this, and like the demographic of the game was really young, relatively young.
Yeah.
And I thought this was pretty scummy, so I called him out on it, and then he retaliated by saying, if this game dies, it's because you called me out for promoting this cheap in-game currency, and then we had beef. Now, this person is also in the Genshin Impact community now.
Yes.
As another creator alongside myself. And that's an example of someone who I deemed as awful.
And so you were referring to their friends and not Tectone's friends.
No, there's also some people who I was aware of, who had like maybe spoken to me, and they were also very in deep with Tectone, and I was like, okay, and this is so Tectone and I had already had our initial falling out. It's
right.
Like 1 year past that. So for me, Tectone, obviously we don't have the best opinion of each other anymore.
Seems
and
that
at
way.
this point we didn't either. Yeah. Unfortunately. And yeah, so there were some creators as well where I was like, okay, maybe they haven't seen all the beef, all the drama, or what's going on, or certain clips flying around. So yeah, that's an example.
So, but wouldn't that directly contradict what your tweet was? Because your tweet was the implication that they are also bad off stream. It's just that you don't know it. But now you're saying that They just didn't know about these other things that happened off stream as well. So because like
no, because I said in that subtweet, and it makes me skeptical if they're just naive, like they don't know any better.
Okay, and so this tweet had nothing to do with Goose.
No, this had nothing to do with Goose because I have no interest in befriending Goose.
So if
this subtweet
if it
has
had
nothing
to do with Goose, then why did you make a 26-minute video responding to Goose? Couldn't you have just said that the tweet wasn't about him?
But it was about Tectone.
But
during this period...
Wait a second. So if it was about Tectone, by a logical implication, it would then be about Goose, because Goose is friends with Tectone, and the tweet is about people that are friends. Because he would be categorically part of the group that the tweet was about.
You could deem it that way, but in that tweet, I specifically said
how could you not deem it that way?
Because I specified people I would like to befriend. Goose and I were not friends, and I never had any intention of befriending him.
And did he know that at the time?
Yes, because I mean it's in his tweet longer as well. That he sent me a donation saying let's be friends, and I shot it down. Okay. But I didn't know who Goose was at the time, so I just thought it was a viewer who was like, let's be friends. And I was like, okay, well don't do that, because that's just a bit strange.
So if you didn't know who he was, then how would you know that he was friends with Tectone?
Because that moment was Goose way before he was with Tectone. So my first interaction with Goose was that, and that was way before Tectone. And then him and Tectone move in together.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you find out who Goose is, and you make this tweet that...
Oh, no, I found out who Goose was after that donation.
Okay. Okay, so he was a content creator at that point in time.
Yeah, he was a content creator at that point.
Okay. And then you found out, and what did you do? Did you, like, apologize to him? Did you say anything to him after that, or was that it?
No, that was it. He sent the donation.
Okay.
I shot it down, and that was... We just went our ways, separate ways.
Okay. And so you make this tweet, and Goose thinks it's about him because, like, if you were Goose, would you read this tweet and think that it was about you?
I would say it's 50-50, because he probably should have known that I'm not interested in befriending him, but at the same time, he probably realizes that it was about Tectone.
Okay. And so basically Goose makes this video, and then you... Why exactly did you not like Goose, other than him trying to be friends with you and donating?
When he moved in with Tectone,
right?
I don't know if you know about the Tectone versus Enviosity drama.
I saw a tweet about it.
Okay, so Tectone and Envy have, like a TLDR, they have a really bad history where they keep going at each other, but
Yes.
Tectone is typically the aggressor, and like he says, "Oh, I'm just shitposting, I'm just memeing."
Would Tectone say that he was the aggressor?
No, he would never say that.
So this is your opinion.
This is my territory. I can say, as someone who had beef with Tectone, that it's a sticky situation. So let me explain this one. Enviosity is the notorious free-to-play gamer. Like, he was free-to-play through and through, and I was free-to-play as well. And the amount of people that would come in and be like, Envy's better than you, unprovoked. I know Envy didn't send his audience to do that, but that shit would happen all the time.
Yeah, it's Twitch.
Yeah, it's Twitch. However, Tectone would see that. He got very pissed off by it a lot of the time. And I think that Techie would throw shade, like the comment about being a mint picker. There's nothing to do in the game. All you do is run around picking mint and berries kind of thing. And I would say that a lot of the time, Tectone would keep hitting on that point and alluding to Enviosity. Also, before Tectone and I, like, patched things up, for the content. I get that. And luckily, we were able to squash it. But as someone that was under that, scrutiny and seeing it happen all the time, and then looking at how he interacted with Envy, I could see a lot of similarities there. So,
did Enviosity say anything negative about Tectone?
I'm sure. I'm sure.
A very long.
Yeah,
Twitter
there's a whole
thread
post
talking about his trauma with Tectone.
Okay.
That being said, I can see that you're coming to a lot of the conclusions that I think I know where you're gonna go with a lot of this stuff. I don't think I have a ton more to add to this, and I think I'm gonna go out for dinner with my wife and my son.
Have fun, man.
So I'm gonna dip out and everything. The one thing I will say before I go, just so you have more lore, is Atsu and I are relatively okay. Like we don't have beef, but he was someone in the community when Genshin first came out that he was one of the people that roasted me. A lot of the creators roasted me, called my content shit, and we, for the most part, patched it up. But I didn't get a vibe that Envy or that Tectone was very nice and like a super good dude, and he's in the one camp. But I never got the vibe that Atsu is a good dude in the other camp. Everyone was shitty at the very beginning. And when I look at all of this stuff, I think there's just a ton of junior high fighting that has been blown out of proportion by 30,000 people and made worse and worse and worse, right? But I think everyone is a bit to blame here, and everyone, honestly, it was just like a subtweeting war for 2.5 years. So that's kind of all I wanted to say. And I think it's good to keep looking at the facts though, and getting these opinions. And good luck. I'll tune in later to watch what you end up saying. But that's it.
All right. Thanks a lot for coming on and
have a good dinner, Mike.
Man. Yeah. Catch you later.
So Tectone, like Enviosity makes like this big long tweet thread about Tectone, and
let me chill and call just to make sure we have another third person. You can keep talking though.
Oh, okay. So yeah. Anyway, so Enviosity makes this entire thread about Tectone, and like I don't really know Enviosity that well. I see him every once in a while, but if I read the messages that Tectone is showing, it sure seems like Tectone isn't bullying him. So, like, you see kind of like how there's this weird dissonance about how he makes this big, long tweet thread about how bad Tectone is, and then Tectone posts the DMs that he sends to Enviosity, and they're universally positive, and also, by the way, not reciprocated by Enviosity. And it would be so easy for Enviosity to explain exactly, like, as if there were any other DMs, couldn't Enviosity logically just post those DMs as well to disprove what Tectone is saying? But we're not seeing that happening. So I find this to be very curious. Especially whenever Enviosity, like, if I read this, there are almost no... Like, everything turned into a competition. I want to host a giveaway. He had to do a giveaway. I was close to passing him in followers. He told his audience not to let me catch up. But there's no evidence of this at all. And if I read this instigated his fans to flood my chat, telling everyone to unfollow and to follow him. And so Enviosity links what? He links a random bigger giveaway than Enviosity, Poggers 1.6 today. So is this problematic? Like, I don't really think this is really that big of a deal.
So the history with Enviosity is that he gets upset by absolutely everything.
Okay.
He's had multiple breakdowns and panic attacks on streams because he got one guide in chat. As well as he even had a mental breakdown on stream because he had 2 comments on a Twitter post that were slightly going against him with 4 likes.
Tech, don't you think
he's probably having a pretty bad day today?
On him about that?
Well, no.
I'm just answering the questions.
So if I think that Tectone's saying that is an implication that Enviosity laser focuses on negativity and that there is not actually this massive deluge of negativity. Because if Tectone is saying this person has a distorted view on the way people perceive him, and then he shows him sending Enviosity positive messages, I do think that that is kind of proof of that, is it not?
Well, would you like to read those messages?
Sure. Yeah, let's read them. Okay, we'll look at them right here. Do you want to talk about what happened on stream today? Take your time. I hope you feel better, and I think you're confused about a lot of things. I don't hold any ill will towards you, but I think we really should talk at this point. Glad to hear you're doing better. Sorry that my persona was a bit overbearing and caused you discomfort. Won't let it happen again, at least intentionally. Hey man, it's late, and I've spoken to Atsu. No hate towards you. Hope you're doing better, and I'm so sorry for the next streams you're going to have to go through. I'm trying really hard to mitigate any drama. So, I hope your wife's doing okay too. Yeah, so what is the problem here?
So the problem for this tweet was that he got one guide for not being invited on my show, the Genshin Guesser, and one singular chatter went in there and said, "Why aren't you on the Genshin Guesser?" And that caused him to have a panic attack on stream with a heart rate monitor.
Oh boy, high score.
It was very high.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean,
can I?
Yeah, of course.
Say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in that DM, that's 2021. This is when I try to mediate between Tech and Envy because it was getting pretty bad, right? And would you say it's fair you guys' relationship just kept deteriorating after that point?
For every single time he said whales are shit and free to play is the only way to play, I would say mint picker. The problem is I have thick skin, so I can overlook it. And so it essentially formed a narrative of Enviosity's very soft, you can't shit talk him, but Tectone, you have thick skin, so we're allowed to shit talk you.
But where is the evidence that he said this and he's directing that at you?
Well, I've got one piece of I've got a piece of
evidence that I'm directing mint picking at him.
Well, I mean, there's very strong evidence that Enviosity is throwing shots at Tectone, because Enviosity, in a tweet thread about stream disagreements, Enviosity is bringing up Tectone's ex-wife. This is completely outside of the scope of streaming. It's massively personal. And it goes totally over the line.
Now, let me ask you a question, too. Have I ever brought in Fishy into anything?
No, you haven't.
Okay. That's also Envy's wife.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I mean, I mean, if you're going to bring up somebody's relationship with their wife, it becomes extremely personal. I mean, or ex-wife, excuse me.
I would say that's fair. Even before this whole thread, it was.
And I would say that that is a level of escalation that I do not think Tectone had reciprocated at all before this. Like, that's way, way, way over the line. Especially for somebody that has receipts of them not being negative. And the only evidence that Enviosity really seems to have here is Tectone saying that he has a better giveaway than Enviosity. And then here
footage in the thread.
Okay, so there's other footage. Let's look at this one right here. It ultimately stopped being a competition to him, rather a means to truly belittle any chance I get. So this is a tweet from Enviosity of 3 random chatters saying, I remember he shits on when Envy view drops when switching games Sag. He also lurks on Envy playing Pow World on stream, which is weird. So this person is using, and then a third person did say, yeah, I forgot about that. I really don't think that 3 random chatters whose names are blacked out is a strong bit of evidence to condemn Tectone. I'm sorry, I think this is crazy. Like, would you really take the word of 3 random chatters?
I mean, I feel like you're hyper-focusing on this one, but we can keep going through the whole thread.
Let's keep going. During my Rosaria polls years ago, there was glimpses of the PTSD in action where I'd be anxiously waiting for more of his community to jump in and spread hate. Okay, let's watch the clip.
Full disclosure, I've never seen this
my
clip,
heart
so I'm
can't
going to turn your audio on.
Take any more chat. My heart rate, I can't. My heart rate's at 151.2 for fuck's sake. I can't take any more of this shit.
142.
I know you guys keep fucking pressuring me and telling me, Envy, keep going. Please, keep fucking going. Go, get Rosaria. And there's gonna be some fucking toxic people later today. They're gonna be all like, oh.
Why would you have a heart rate monitor on stream? I think that he's, like, this is so weird. Like, am I the only person that thinks this is fucking weird?
I
like, so he's...
don't think it's that strange at all. It's just content, because for him as an F2P, especially during this period in the game, like, his pulls are very scarce.
Got it. All right.
So they're very valuable.
All right.
Keep fucking going. Go, get Rosaria. And there's gonna be some fucking toxic people later today. They're gonna be all like, oh, imagine tuning in to watch Envy and he didn't get the Rosaria. Imagine how fucked up that is. Well, welcome here. We'll get Rosaria for you. You know, toxic people fucking saying shit, whatever. Chat, I just can't. I can't. I'm already fucking stressed out because we didn't get her. I'm upset. We're 65 wishes in. We've got nothing but dog shit. We have to stop there, all right? I'm fucking sorry. If I let anyone down in here that I didn't get Rosaria because you thought I would get her, literally, I said I would only go like 20 wishes in at the very beginning. I upped it to 30, and then I upped it to 44, and we're at 65 right now. We're at 65, all right? I wasn't supposed to go to 65, okay? I was hoping to get her at 40, at least. I apologize if I let anyone down. I'm pretty sure people later on are gonna fucking talk shit about me and say, oh, imagine Envy, he didn't get the Rosaria. Imagine tuning in for that shit and all toxicity and shit, whatnot. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. All right? I'm upset at myself. I already know. Okay.
How was that clip about me?
I really think that this person has a mental problem and they need to stop playing games like this. This is an insane overreaction to not getting an item in a video game. This is a grown man. And this is supposed to be...
It's not his reaction to not getting the item. It's because his chat started being flooded by people slam dunking on him, telling him to pull more, and how do I phrase this?
While you're contemplating that, I would like also to chime in. This is the same guy who ended his stream because he couldn't take his chat saying swap to JP Dub.
So, I don't think that this is necessarily an outcome of Tectone. I think that all the time, whenever you have... Because here's the issue, right? Is that you have a lot of free-to-play players. This was in Lost Ark. It's in Star Rail. There's a lot of games like this. There are always these free-to-play players that have a chip on their shoulder that constantly try to put themselves up against whales and say they're better than whales. And they do this constantly. And it has nothing to do with Enviosity, and it has nothing to do with Tectone. This is just something that exists in the community as a default. So for Enviosity to say that these people are coming into his stream and this is a direct outcome from Tectone is complete bullshit, because it happened in Lost Ark. And Enviosity and Tectone, I think you guys played it for like a month. And I played it for months after that, and it kept happening. So I think that he's blaming Tectone for something that really happens on its own. People get it to me. Like, I wail in fucking Lost Ark. I fall off the edge on Vaulton, and you've got free-to-play players coming in saying, yeah, you can't buy Gravity. And so this happens all the time. I don't think this is an evidence. And also, like, freaking out. Like, I mean, what are we talking about here? Like, can we just be honest and realistic for like 3 seconds and say that this level of an overreaction based off of not getting an item in a gambling simulator video game is completely fucking deranged? This is not the mind of a sane person, this is not a sound mind. There's something wrong with this person if they're feeling this way. And I don't mean this in like a derogatory way, and I'm not perfect either. I don't want to go and be like, oh, everybody should be like me. You definitely don't want to be. But I can also recognize when somebody else is down bad, and this is down bad. This is really weird. And I think that, like, this level of an overreaction, you cannot blame this on Tectone. It's crazy.
Can we continue reading the thread?
Let's continue.
Well, I would like to know your opinion. Can we blame that on me?
Can we first continue reading the whole thread?
I would like to know your opinion on that.
Because I think Asmongold, Asmon, I feel like you kind of ignore what I just said. Is he's not responding to the item as he stated. he was anxious, waiting for Tectone's community to jump in and spread hate. But there's more context if you read for the rest of the thread.
You think everybody's okay? So do you think that everybody who jumped into Enviosity's stream is from Tectone's community?
No, I don't think so. I think a lot of them are just like degenerate Twitch Andys trying to stir some drama. But
so then,
as Mtash said earlier, Tech does throw shade at people, and it's pretty obvious who it's directed at.
Okay.
Like the mint picker thing. Come on, Tech, you know that was obviously about Envy.
But
right?
I mean,
and obviously your chatters are going to take that and they're going to go and dunk on Envy.
It was actually towards every free-to-play streamer.
Not just of which Envy is the biggest.
I really like.
so how does that
Can
make it
we
my fault?
really put this into context? He's calling them a mint picker because they're looting herbs in a video game.
Yeah.
So is that like a
On a scale of trauma, where would, if you had to put that on a 1 to 10 scale, what would you put that as a number for?
The comment itself,
being told that you're a mint picker.
The comment itself for me is not the issue. That's fine. Like if
so you would say
Tech called me a mint
it's like
picker,
a 0.
it's whatever.
So you'd say it's a 0.
Yeah, for me it's a 0. But like what that encourages and incites an audience to do, to go and just start spamming BS or just harassing another content creator, I feel like you're just completely glossing over that, which I feel is unfair.
I can see why you say that, and I understand what your point is, but I think that there's a level of banter that free-to-play players do towards whales as well. Like, I bet Tectone probably gets feedback whenever he was playing Genshin Impact and whaling that it's like, oh, you're just bad at this game. You just spent $400,000 on it, so you're good.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And so these things exist naturally, and free-to-play players promote this as well. Like, that's why they're free-to-play. The reason why they advertise free-to-play is to distinguish themselves from the whales in order to make themselves seem like the experience is more authentic. So I think this is really a both sides situation. This happens all the time, and it's happened in every game.
I agree with that, which is why in Tech's initial DMs, he said he spoke to me because I tried to mediate the situation between both of them.
Yeah.
Initially, I thought, it's just their community's just stirring the pot, trying to go at each other. But from my perspective, and as Mtash touched on earlier, Tech would go out and make comments on other creators, and that would naturally encourage toxicity to go in that direction.
But we don't have...
I think it's fair to say.
That's totally fair. But we don't have, in the same way that I gave...
My heart can't take any more chat.
Just a second. In the same way that I did not try to accuse you of trying to poison the well against, like Brax, we are also not going to assume that Tectone did something that we don't see. Like, there's no evidence.
Could you guys continue the thread?
Okay, let's continue it. So he says, despite it all, built this false narrative and told his audience that everything he did was just friendly banter. I never reciprocated those feelings back to him. Hell, he even assumed that he followed me on Twitter, made us friends. Okay.
Well, I would like to know. I don't know why the fuck he's saying because he followed me on Twitter, it instantly made us friends.
He assumed that. Yeah, I don't know why. I have no idea. But let me just read the other one because this is actually a clip. This eventually led me into a panic attack I've had on stream where, because it was on the internet, he now uses that to antagonize me more. Okay, so here's going to be the clip. We'll look at it right here.
So what caused this? This from like a day or two ago. Envy gets one guide a lot and gets riled up real easy. Like that one time where people asked him if he was going to join my game show, and then he cried on stream. Enviosity's going to cry. So what caused?
Okay. Do we want to keep going?
Is that like the problem?
I think we should see the whole thing.
That's the whole thing.
That's
no, as in the whole thread.
Okay. Watched the session with him and Dr. K and thought he would finally change. And then finally have empathy. He'd understand the importance of mental health in this economy over years, especially when the constant bullying results in severe outcomes. And the bullying example he used is like, literally, he said that Envy got one guide and cried on stream, which is apparently what happened, right?
No, because repeated commentary over the past 3 years, negative commentary directed towards him, I would say that's more akin to bullying.
Okay, so
where is it?
3 years
Where is
is
it?
Insane.
Where is it?
you're asking me to go through the last 3 years of Tectone's VODs to find clips of him dunking on Envy.
Isn't that the same thing you asked me to do when I told you what Zajev said?
Well, I mean, to be fair, and you mentioned this earlier, is that you said that you appreciated the fact that I did not take assumptions on anything, and I looked for the evidence of every single statement that was made against you. And now, yes, if you want me to believe something that you are saying, you do in fact have to prove it. And I'm not going to just say, over 3 years, these things have happened. I'm sorry, but this is just really not a strong argument to me. And I also made that argument for you, too.
No, I think that's fair.
Okay. We'll look at the rest of these.
Yep.
Fast forward, we finally have squashed the beef and a load of stress was relieved. Maybe for once we can move on. We've made peace, okay? And then that was until shortly I found after that he just kept attacking me despite me not doing anything to him. Thus the cycle continued. Okay, so this is a clip of Atsu talking about it.
Myself? The whole Tectone Envy beef was happening. And I was like, I'm sure I can fix this. I'm sure I can help mediate this. And I thought I did. Because I thought they quashed it.
Just a minute. Sorry.
And I was like, I'm sure I can fix this. I'm sure I can help mediate this. And I thought I did. Because I thought they quashed it. And it was quashed. But then Tectone opened his mouth again. He opened his mouth again and he started shitting on Envy again. So I'm like, what can I do? What can anyone do? You know? Like, he always ends up starting shit.
So, Envy posted...
Hold on, following this clip.
Oh, I'm not going to watch the clip with Tectone and his wife. I'm not going to watch that.
Oh, no, that's fine. No.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with
following
this.
that initial clip where I talked about Tectone opening his mouth after they supposedly quashed the beef.
Yeah.
I would just like to ask Tectone directly in front of Asmon's chat, my chat, whoever your viewers are watching, would you say you've never gone and dunked on Envy after that point?
By dunked on Envy, do you mean state the acts that he has done on stream that has caused me?
No, just made like petty comments or throw shade.
Would you say petty
his
comments
direction?
being mint picker? Yes, I do say mint picker.
And is that the only thing you've said about Envy in a negative light?
What are you implying that I've said? Are
No,
you saying that
I want to ask you, do you personally feel that you have only, or you've never said any other negative comments about Enviosity?
All right, let's think about the negative things I've said. Okay, mint picker, overly sensitive, cries at everything. That should summarize about everything. Now, the reason why I say that is because that's how it is.
Okay, so do you not think there's any validity in when he says, as someone who should, you know, as someone who's advocated for mental health, that those kind of comments are not helpful?
Do we think it's helpful as a guy who advocates for mental health to bring up my ex-marriage in a fucking Twitter post?
I don't think that's the case, but you're deflecting from my question. It's a yes or no question. I've given you my answer. I don't think the clip there is not good.
I think the things that I've said to him are pretty much takeable by anybody on planet Earth. I have never once claimed to be a nice guy.
We don't have any clip of this. There's no clip of this. We haven't seen it.
What is something outrageous that I've said?
I don't want to hear about what somebody said. I want to see it. If I can't see it, it didn't happen.
No, like, I respect that, but I just wanted to ask Tech and have that on record because I want to know where he stands on this. And I'm not saying Envy is completely innocent either, because Envy also retaliated as well. But like, obviously, I don't have clips in my hands right now. You know, I've come into this call. I don't come in here with like clips of Tectone and Enviosity, so I can't just summon that. Maybe your chat can, maybe my chat can, but I don't know if it's okay if we can ask the chats to look for clips.
If people find something like that, that's fine. But I mean, okay. I do definitely think that it is way, way, way beyond the scope because, like, again, like, even in this clip, Atsu, you're not referring to like any specific thing that was said. And I think that this is a very common theme here, is that there is like just this implication of a preponderance of evidence that whenever you actually try to find it, it's like a mirage. The closer you get, the more it disappears. And we're not seeing any real evidence here. And I want to see evidence. Like, I don't care. Like,
No, I agree.
if for example, Tectone says free-to-play players are mint pickers, no, I'm not going to take this as Inviosity being attacked because he's a free-to-play player. That's insane. That is like, a person that has that little self-control should get off the fucking internet and should not be a content creator. And I mean that in the most empathetic way possible. This is a level of, like, I don't know, like fucking, like, padded room behavior that is just not acceptable. Like, you can't be that sensitive and then expect everybody else to conform around it. It's completely selfish. So I'll go back, I'll read the rest of these, okay? It's almost over.
Okay.
I was disappointed in myself. I was able to find this information out sooner. Learning what a shameless human behavior he has displayed has made me lose any ounce of respect I had for him. I feel less anger now. Instead, feel disgust and pity for him. Sadly, due to my past trauma, under duress, I made hot-headed statement of, I should be the only one being praised for free-to-play in Genshin to the recent Genshin drama. And I want to bring this point back to my original point that I made, that free-to-play players act like they are Jesus on the cross. They act like they're the ones that are going through it. And I think that him saying that implies that he is pushing that narrative. And whenever he's pushing that narrative, the implication is that the people that are not doing it are not playing it the real way, and they suck. Because it's in Lost Ark, it's apparently in Genshin, it was in Star Rail, it was in fucking Diablo Immortal. So there it is.
Would you like the clip of him saying that?
Sure.
Sweet, it's pretty funny actually.
Okay, let's play it.
Alright, let's see if I can find it real quick.
Let me just, I'll read the rest of these. They were right, it wasn't me. I'm not the best at articulating my emotions. I'm not ashamed to admit that, especially when dealing with anxiety and trauma live inside of me. I look back at that moment and everything is a blur. Okay. Sadly, I can't erase people's first impressions, and I apologize for that. I'm upset. I allowed constant harassment to affect me, his constant harassment to affect me this much. Like, don't you find this to be problematic that Inviosity makes an entire tweet thread just constantly referencing constant harassment, but there's never any indication of that harassment happening other than a title and then Tectone saying that Inviosity got one guide on stream and cried, which is true. Because you would assume that if the harassment was constant, that there would be more than 2 examples that are extremely vanilla. Like,
I think that's fair. No, I think that's fair.
Okay. And so...
Here's the link, Asman, if you want to watch
all right,
this.
let's watch it. Let me pull this up.
Man, that's strike one.
I should be the only motherfucker getting praise in the Genshin community because I don't spend money on Genshin Impact.
Hello. I mean, maybe he's right. Maybe we shouldn't make videos about the game. Maybe we should stream.
Was it just that small clip?
Yeah, it actually goes a little bit further than that, but that's pretty much the gist of it.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's any more of it. But yeah,
Sure,
no,
my
that's...
chat has it, they'll send it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. All right, so...
so I'm banned. Envy deleted the clip.
I mean, I probably would have too. I mean, he just... Okay, thank you my peers, community have had my back for years, never acted once, stuck by my side. There's only one common denominator in this stress, and we already know the outcome of this tweet. Since we know this cycle many times, he'll continue to defend, deflect, and villainize. The unnecessary harassment will continue. Nothing will change. I've learned over the years that if I defend myself, I'll anger him. If I don't defend myself, I'll anger him. Can we swatch the beef? He'll continue to shit talk me. It's a triple lose situation. This is my piece. So this is my opinion. I think that Enviosity took a disagreement. I think this guy has a massive fucking persecution complex. I do. Because he's constantly thinking that people are going to harass him. He's constantly thinking about how the community perceives him and how people are giving him credit for being free to play. Like this is crazy. This is not what a person of a sound mind would do. And he's escalated this all the way up to the point in his mind of thinking that it is appropriate to, inside of a disagreement over a video game, bring up a person's previous marriage. Like this is like 5 degrees of removal above anything like mint picker or free to play, like something like that. Like that you got one guide on stream. Like which one is worse? Bringing up somebody's previous marriage, then calling them a horrible person, or calling them a mint picker in Genshin. Like, I'm sorry, but like any sympathy that I could have for this person doesn't exist. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, this is it. So here's the full clip.
So, why do I have people on Twitter trying to tell me, Envy, why are you not speaking up about it? As if a YouTube video is going to do anything about it. As if 1 star in Google Classroom is going to do anything about it. As if unfollowing Genshin Impact is going to do anything about it. I should be the only motherfucker getting praise in the Genshin community because I don't spend money on Genshin Impact. If you want a company like Horioverse to actually listen to you and let you and listen to your fucking concerns on what you want with the game, quit spending money on the fucking game. I don't spend money. I am free to play for 3+ years. Why am I getting people trying to come after me when I haven't spent a fucking dime on my account? Envy, why are you the only Genshin content creator not addressing?
That
a YouTube video is not gonna fucking do
is in
shit,
response
alright?
to 2 commenters on his tweet with 4 likes.
Persecution complex. As I said, I think that this person's not well in the head. They probably shouldn't stream. That's what my opinion is about this guy. I mean, Atsu, do you think I'm wrong?
I wouldn't call it a persecution complex. I have talked to him. I said he can be overly sensitive at times.
Do you think this person is
emotional outbursts? But I don't think that invalidates him as a content creator. I also think that it's also not necessary to make comments about other creators repeatedly. And I know you're going to say, where's the evidence, where's the clips? But I don't have them on hand. But I'm just giving my opinion. I'm not accusing you of that or accusing Tech of that right now. That is my stance. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think that, again, if you're a content creator, you're putting yourself out there, and you are this thin-skinned that you're going to make a long tweet thread and have a panic attack over something like this. This is just simply not a man of a sound mind. I don't think any person of healthy mind and body would behave this way. This is very weird. And so I don't really view any of what Enviosity is saying as credible at all. I think that these are... This is completely overblown. And again, if it's not, then I want to see the evidence. In the same way that I asked for evidence for your situation.
Yeah, no, yes.
And so
I think from what you've seen, like, your take is very reasonable.
Yes.
Obviously, I don't have like the last 3 years of the Tectone Envy back and forth on me right now. It might surface at some point, but like I don't have that on me right now.
But what do you think I said?
Also, I just well, like, I'm gonna say this again because I've said it earlier, but I am just aware that you have consistently made remarks about him in negative manners. Consistently, like not just like irregularly, like it's a consistent thing that, and it's public that you dislike Envy, and you have made numerous comments about him in a negative fashion. And I would not say it's a baseless claim, and of course I don't have the quote-unquote evidence on me at hand right now that when you say something bad about Envy, it's obviously going to send toxicity his way. And of course, he doesn't deal with that well. So does Envy have thin skin or thinner skin for a content creator? I definitely think so. I've talked to him about this. I think he can be too sensitive sometimes, and sometimes can be a bit too much in his own head. But I also don't think that you're helping that situation, Tech, when you talk about him in a negative manner.
And what are these things that I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. I just said I don't have the evidence on hand. But whenever you say like, oh, Envy's a crybaby or Envy's a mint picker, but especially like the crybaby one, I think is pretty, you know, like it's not cool, man. Like, you know what your viewers are going to do. They're going to go over to his chat and just like make fun of him crying all the time. But again, like I don't have clips of your viewers like one-to-one if that's what you're going to ask. And I feel like that's a bit unreasonable to ask of me right now. It's reasonable to ask, but also, obviously, I don't have that on hand right now.
Okay, so I would like to go even further. So another thing you'd like to say earlier on your stream is that you said that I needed proof of Zadjeff consistently harassing me. He's one of your friends, yes?
Yep.
Would you like clips?
Yeah.
All right.
So I would like to just go ahead and preface this.
Yep.
Over 3 years ago, we had this drama with some Jinjinx and Tuner shenanigans, and this guy essentially left the platform. This guy essentially left the platform because Zhongli Metatakes. We had a discussion about them, and he left the platform because of Zhongli Metatakes. And so this guy, because I get blamed for these guys quitting. This guy called Zadjeff is just in his stream. And he says this quote. Now, this one I won't be able to prove, but don't worry, I have some other stuff.
Okay.
Where he says that I have abused my wife, that my wife should leave me, that he thinks I'm lying about being homeless, and that I am the biggest manipulator in the Genshin Impact community. So I bring this to Atsu's attention, and he says, "Where's the proof?" Okay. So I went back through 3 years of VODs. 3 years, Atsu. 3 years. And this guy has been consistently backseating and theory crafting my life for 3 years. Now, I would like to make the point that absolutely nobody has ever called this motherfucker out, even though he's one of the biggest content creators in the community. Because apparently it is absolutely fine when people shit on me. So we'll just go ahead. Oh, and also, there's also this misconception that goes around where OTK got me out of debt. I don't know where the fuck that spawned from, but that shit is insane.
We didn't give this fucker any money.
I think the Fob thing was, didn't he say Mizkif helped you with financial stuff?
No, what happened was OTK wanted me to move to the United States, so I had to buy a house that I could not afford. Me joining OTK is what put me into debt.
Do we have the clip?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I never stated that OTK saved you from that. I was just referencing Bob's tweet.
Do we have the clip?
But you also corroborated what he said from his tweet in your stream.
Because
second thought.
If that's the case, I apologize, but I believe you misconstrued the intention of that tweet, which was an appeal to empathy.
Okay. Explain.
Which is, you should not go after someone else's livelihood. I'm assuming what Fob was trying to tell you there was, if someone's helped you with your livelihood, you should know better than to go after someone else's livelihood. Right. Like if you've had like been in that difficult situation with your livelihood, then you should have that empathy to know not to go after someone else's.
Can we cut to the part where we look at the clip?
Yes, I would also.
I want to see the clip because we're talking about what a tweet said, and I don't even know the tweet.
Sure.
Okay. Can you? Oh fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna be able to play the audio. Is that okay?
Yeah, you're good.
It's not my fault.
So these are clips of who is this person?
This guy's called Zadjeff.
Zad Jeff, and he's got long hair. He looks like he's got hair. It's about as shitty as mine. He looks like me, but he's about 50 more pounds. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, here we go. Let's see it.
Can't help it. Look, it's not my fault. It's just an internet persona, chat. It's just an internet persona. You know, Forrest Tectone has told you. It's just a persona. His name is John. I think.
Okay, that's the first clip. Let's see the second one.
Smell, I don't think you have the clip pulled up on your stream.
I don't, because I have Discord on a second computer, so I never leak Discord.
Okay. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
my
I
bad.
can only play the audio. I apologize, guys.
Realistic guy, and I feel like his takes are very, very, very good. I do.
Whoa, shit. Tectone said that OKCode's takes were really, really, really good. And OKCode said that my takes were good. Wait. That means Tectone thinks that the take that my takes are good is a good take. Therefore, Tectone thinks my takes are good. Woo! Woo! Shangling supremacy! Let's go! Who talk dog shit? Woo!
All right, let's see the third clip.
What's gonna happen if I say no? Right?
Yeah. And again, right, I'm not saying...
So this...
Can you
this
be
clip is
added
very
to the
important.
call?
Do you mind pausing this?
No, I would rather not.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So this clip is very important because I was also accused of forcing another content creator on my stream because of those messages in their chat. And I said that I humiliated them and I harassed them in our chat and I invited them on my stream by bullying them. So I don't know if there's any way you can show those DMs on screen. But yeah.
These are messages that Tectone sent. I'm going to read them word for word. They're in Twitch chat. Tectone, hey, out of curiosity, do you hold the same opinions on Zhongli as Jinx? I 100% agree with the state of mind, and I don't think of it as a bad call. Out of curiosity, would you be open to coming on my stream sometime if you're still streaming? And then you did an emote, I think it was Techie Poggers, and then you say you want to talk real quick on, and then the rest of it is cut off. And this is being construed as you bullying him?
Yeah, this was me bullying and harassing him to come on my stream.
Okay, well, let me go ahead. Right.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and finish the clip.
No. See, I can do this because I don't care if people
I don't even know what this is. What's even saying?
Right?
Yeah. And again,
so this
right?
was me going into his stream and attempting to have a conversation with Zajeff after he was going live, telling people that I was physically abusing my wife.
Okay.
And this was him reading my message, essentially just letting you know that he read that and fully processed it and still doubted that.
Okay.
Saying,
could we
can you be added
the
to the
first clip because I had your stream muted while you had it on. I didn't realize.
Well, it's in the Discord
you
chat. You can just look at it. Yeah. I'm gonna do the fourth one. Okay, here's the last clip.
Your dad was verbally abusive and drove you to extreme measures, but you never used that as a crutch to mistreat other people. It's very mature of you. Bog.
I feel like that guy's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. Like, so what does this guy have to do with anything? Like, what is this?
So essentially, it's just very interesting that Atsu's friends are allowed to blast me and blast me and blast me. And I can take it because I don't cry on stream. But because I say mint picker towards another streamer, I'm fucking Hitler, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I think that it's kind of weird for him to say that. Like, bringing up any personal stuff is obviously, it's a bit much, right? It's obviously a bit much. Well, look, I mean, the Enviosity stuff, like, why are we even talking about that?
Oh yeah, I was about to ask. Like, we've gone on a big tangent.
Yeah, this has been a massive tangent. Like, I don't even know what that's about. I mean, Enviosity is really upset. I think that he's totally in his own head. This is not a person of a sound mind. He's saying Tectone is bullying him. There's no clips of that other than a screenshot and, like, him talking about the preponderance of evidence, which seemingly doesn't exist. Maybe it does. We'll have to see in the coming days. But anyway, going back to the rest of this, so you were unhappy. Like, I want to, like, kind of wrap this up. Do you think that, like, a lot of the people that are criticizing you, Atsu, are, like, being fair? Do you think they're being fair?
Do you have a list of the people? I can go by one and be like fair, unfair, fair, unfair.
Well, what do you think are the fair and unfair things that people are saying?
So there's one from Sip Stefan, who I think is just trying to insert himself here. We had no real interaction. I blocked him because he was doing like a Keemstar misinformation, just spreading leaks, and that was his Twitter profile. I didn't want to see that, so I blocked him. I made a tweet saying, all right, there's someone who's like acting, or something like someone acting like Keemstar, and everyone's eating up this misinformation. And it did turn out to be misinformation. But by then I already blocked him. So I don't know why he's really making a big fuss. I just blocked him. We've never interacted before that as well. So that's one of them. There's another one called Bub VT. This one is related to another content creator and like a romantic relationship between them. So I don't really want to speak on it, but I think that one is also unreasonable. Like, if that person wants to speak on it, then they can speak on it. But it's not my place to say.
Sure.
Then we have Sakapoko, who's joining in the dog pile. But Sakapoko is the guy I told you earlier about, as in like the guy from the previous community that did the whole refund, like
he's the one that was like the Google account.
So that one's just, in my opinion, dog pile. I would say I'm definitely starting to understand the Braxophone one more. I still feel like because he's put in so many insinuations in his tweet long ago, I can't say it's in necessarily good faith, but I can understand that he has felt isolated to that point and driven to that point through paranoia. So I can say that's fair, but not necessarily I agree with all of it, because there's just a lot in there that his source is rumors, and for me it's basically my word versus his. He's accusing me of something. All I can say is, well, that's not true. And, you know, it's not like I can prove that's not true because he's accusing me of doing something. And then we have Tuna, I think, made a tweet as well. So Tuna is the one that Tech just mentioned because of this whole Zhongli drama.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's implying that he also quit because of me, which I think is fair. I think that's fair because I was pro Zhongli as well. And a lot of people got very heated over this discussion between this character that can create shields, which just saying this out loud just sounds great.
It sounds ridiculous, but yeah. So why did he quit because of you then?
Because I was very vocally. So Tech, is it fair to say we were both like omega vocal about pros, like Zhongli is having a shield is good?
That is absolutely fair.
Yeah, like, and then that discourse, well, they were the opposite of that discourse. So then naturally you have like the theory crafting side, and then you have, to be fair, neither me or Tech are theory crafters. So more like field crafters going at each other. Like the communities were just going at each other, and I think they could not, like, the abuse they would receive or the comments they would receive was too much for them, so they stopped making content.
And this was over
my understanding and recollection.
So what do you define as abuse?
Well, I don't know because I was not like in their comment sections. I don't know what they received, but I would imagine they probably got like some KYSs. They probably got some you're idiots, you're worthless, that kind of stuff. I'm sure that must have happened.
Were you calling out this person tuner explicitly, like by name, or showing them and being like, this person is wrong?
I honestly don't remember. I do remember making a comment on a theory crafter who hadn't made it to the final stage of the game, saying, like, whereas I had made it to the final stage of the game. So I was saying, like, you can't just take these people's words at face value when they haven't challenged the end game at the time.
Okay.
But I don't remember if that was him or not.
Okay.
Do you think it's a normal reaction to quit YouTube because some people disagreed with your theory crafting?
I would say disagree is putting it lightly. Like, if you get bombarded with a barrage of hate, then yeah, I can understand why people would not want to be part of that anymore.
Okay. I think that probably the most the most problematic thing, like a lot of this other stuff is like really kind of hard to say. It's interpersonal, etc. Is primarily that you were acting as a gatekeeper to people getting sponsorships, right? I feel like that's the big accusation. Everything else is kind of like, you know, it's not really that big of a deal. Or I mean, at least
whoa. I wouldn't say it's not that big of a deal.
Comparatively to acting as a,
yes.
Okay, so, and I do think that like even you did admit that because you were making lists of people, and you would have that autonomy, that there were instances that you did effectively act as a gatekeeper. Is that correct?
I would not say that's gatekeeperish if I'm just selecting my friends. For example, it would be like if you went to Hoyoverse and like, we're OTK.
Sure.
Would you like to work with us?
I see what you're.
It's not like I'm saying you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to be here. You know, does that make sense?
I see what you're saying. I also can understand why somebody would think that it's gatekeeping, especially if they're being left out. So also, if I am doing this, everything exists in scarcity. So if I'm getting these things for friends of mine, then they're not going to other people instead. So if you created a list for a Genshin Impact event, and then Hoyoverse used that list for Star Rail, like you said, you are effectively creating a list of people that will be sponsored. Now, is this necessarily bad faith acting? I am not sure. But you can see why people would think that.
Yes, I do, but I also feel like, so using the OTK analogy, like if you guys went up to Hoyoverse and like, hi, we're OTK, I don't feel anyone should like have this entitlement to be like, that was my deal, that I should have been included in that OTK roster when they're not part of OTK. So I don't understand why people have that entitlement in the first place. Like, I understand why they feel, or it feels bad to be left out, or it feels bad not to be part of OTK to get this deal. But like, ultimately, you guys have formed your group, you're pitching your group to them, and it's not like these other content creators or maybe another group couldn't pitch themselves too. They just haven't taken the initiative to do so. And then to then come out and be like, oh, that should have been for me, I feel like it's just entitlement.
I think that's true. I think that you're right about that. But the implication is not that they aren't getting deals because of this. This was the fact that you were doing this with a group of friends. This is only supporting evidence for the accusation that people are bringing forward that you are gatekeeping other people away, right? Or causing them to not get deals or not be able to interact with people that are at the company. Because that's really the accusation. Because I agree with you. Yes, if you get your friends in on a deal, this isn't necessarily some kind of bad thing. But the problem, however, and you have to admit that this is a problem, whether it's, you know, like OTK or anybody doing this, right, is that if you have some sort of exclusive relationship with a, you know, some other company, and you are only getting deals for your friends, this is absolutely favoritism.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes. And so I think that really it's I think people had the concern not that it was being used in a positive way, but in fact that it was being used in a negative way.
Mhm.
And you can
Mhm.
see why Brax would think that, given his...
that's why I'm saying I understand where Brax is coming
Mhm.
from, but to give more context, I think the OTK analogy is good because you guys are all big content creators.
Sure.
Right, and a lot of times the people that they pick, I don't get picked for every single event, by the way. I don't know where this narrative has come from, but I also don't live in America, so I miss out on tons of stuff.
Okay.
But the ones that get picked a lot are often, they just happen to be the largest content creators. So Tuanto, Anthony Chan, they're just very big content creators and they get picked frequently, which I don't think is surprising because they're just big creators. Now, when I'm with them and I'm friends with them, of course, I can see why some people are like, oh, you're mixed in with them. And that's why Brax made a comment like, Atsu's not like the biggest creator, he's not the cheapest creator. So, but at the same time, I'm like, just thinking, well, it makes logical sense for the biggest creators to get sponsored.
Except for Tectone and
like
MTash.
repeatedly. Yeah, except for Tectone and MTash
Right.
because they're blacklisted.
And so there is a blacklist. And so if people thought that
Well,
there...
I would assume so, yes.
Of course, right, naturally. And I think that, again, people had the concern that if you are expressing that you don't like people like Brax, that would maybe extend to a blacklist on them as well.
Yes, no, I think that's fair.
Right.
I think
So-
that, like, having that assumption in the first place is fair.
Yeah. I think that we've pretty much covered everything. I'm going to be honest. Is there anything else that we need to go over? Anything else we need to say? I don't know. I think Tectone's still here. Did we miss anything? Atsu, did we miss anything?
Tech?
Oh, no, I'm chilling, bro.
Okay.
I mean, I think this all just boils down to is that this community hates each other. And I think it also boils down to is that there are a lot of content creators who are overly sensitive, who project their own insecurities onto other people. And the moment you say anything, they freak the fuck out. And I think it would be better if these people just would not talk to each other. And I think that would probably be for the best.
I also agree.
I think that if you are a content creator in a public space, you should expect to have people talk about you. I think the idea that you have you are entitled to have people not comment on what you project publicly is completely narcissistic and entitled. I think that it's only self-serving and it's completely unfair. If you post things online, you should expect to have people react to them, for better or for worse. And that goes with anything.
That's fair.
So Enviosity doing this, especially like talking about it on stream, that's up to him, right? That's going to be him. But I think it's also unfair to say that like he's being bullied without a lot of receipts. And I think that really one of the big concerns that I have is that oftentimes these accusations are leveled against somebody, and the accusation is built on an assumption of what somebody said that they heard from another person that was in a clip that's deleted. And so you never really have, it's as I said, like, it's like, you know, you go into this and you think that there's this mountain of evidence and it's like an oasis that's a mirage. Like the closer you get to the evidence, the more it's just simply not there. And I think that that's the case with Tectone in a lot of cases. And Atsu, I think in a couple of cases, it's the case with you too. But especially with Tectone. Because Tectone is constantly accused of being this tyrant for 3 years, and then whenever you actually get down to brass tacks, you look at the clips, you look at what's said, you look at the actual evidence, and it doesn't seem like that's the case. And I think that this is very problematic, that you have a constant deluge of criticism and hate on a person that's built off of an assumption of something that's not real, or at least not provably real. And so with any of this, I find to be very problematic. And I think anybody in your position, Tectone's position, anybody's position, this would be extremely frustrating for them. And so that's why I wanted to come on and kind of like actually get to the bottom of this and see what's really going on. But I think that really you cannot make videos on the internet and expect other people to not have an opinion on them. This is a level of narcissism that has started coming up in the last 5 years, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's good for anybody.
I agree.
True. All right. Well, yo, thank you, Asmund.
There it is.
I'm gonna go the fuck to bed.
All right. Have a good night.
night.
Yep. All right, guys.
Peace.
I will see y'all later.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Thanks for talking. See ya. Oh, man. What a day. What a day. What a day. Wow. God, I can't wait to start playing Genshin Impact. That's incredible. Oh, my God. JPEG drama. The worst part is that you're not wrong.
My heart rate.
Like, you're actually not wrong. It is incredible. This is going to be a long YouTube video? Yeah, that ending was weird as fuck. Well, the reason why I ended it that way is because a lot of the implications that are made, I don't have the evidence to just say, this is what happened. This is what they did for sure. And I don't like to accuse people of shit that I can't prove. Now, everybody does that, right? I've done that. But I was wrong whenever I did that, and I try not to do that. So that's really it. I try to be as fair as I possibly can be. Every single time, with every single situation. Look at Envy's recent tweets, Sag. What's this? He's bringing up Tectone's Tectone's marriage with his ex-wife, because Tectone said that he picked flowers. He picked flowers in a video game being free to play. That's right. Yes. And this is the selfishness of a person who is a read Atsu's response to Brax. Yeah, it was a mint picker. Yeah, there you go. And this is the problem with people that are overly emotional, like Enviosity, is that they are so overly emotional, and these people would like to have you believe that that they are very empathetic, but they're actually extremely selfish emotionally. And so in their mind, they're able to justify, somebody made fun of me for the way that I played a video game, I'm going to put them on blast because of their relationship with their ex-wife. These people are actually the most narcissistic, the most selfish, the most aggressive, and the most hostile. It's like a cornered animal. They're neurotic, that's the term? Yeah. But you're also defending the brand. Obviously, Tectone can be problematic. Oh, yeah, I go into this, I'm going to defend Tectone. Tectone's my friend, but what part was I unfair? Because if people want to say that I'm biased, I am biased. Of course I'm unbiased. Of course I'm biased. Absolutely. And so I invite that criticism. At what point was I biased? How was I biased? What should I have said instead? Because yes, you're right. Of course I'm biased. 100%. That's why I tell you that going into it. I try to be fair, but I want you to know that of course I'm biased. And that's why, again, at the end, I didn't draw conclusions. That's your decision. Because I know that I'm biased. Was it Reckful also overly emotional? Do you hold the same rules for his case? Reckful had a legitimate serious problem. His brother also killed himself. I think it's very unfair for you to use Reckful's situation as a justification for a person getting mad being called something in a video game. That was something that went a lot deeper than a few comments in chat, okay? Like, let's go ahead and dial it down a little bit, okay? who said that. No, I mean, a lot of people just don't understand that or don't know that. I mean, it happened years ago. People might not really remember. So yeah, it was a gotcha. It was a gotcha. And I think you assume too much about Enviosity based on cherry-picked evidence. Well, to be fair, it is cherry-picked evidence that he presented himself. I assume too much. If a person having a panic attack over not looting an item in a video game is not evidence of that person being mentally unstable, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like that's a really strong bit of evidence to me. Like like if I see somebody like that's insane to me. That's actually insane. That's not what it was about. Yeah, it was. And you're gonna say, oh, it's the implication. People are gonna make fun of me. Like, just a person with a chip on their shoulder. That's just what it is. So let's go. As people like to exaggerate for content. Yeah. Breakdown over the game is not really the problem. It's just a symptom. If that's the way that the game makes you feel, then you should stop playing games and streaming them. I think the idea that everybody else has to, you know, like, fucking safety wrap and bubble wrap everything around you because it could offend you or you could take it personally is so absolutely narcissistic and selfish that, again, this could only be the outcome of a mind who thinks that it's justifiable to use a person's ex-wife's divorce as an accusation against them inside of a video game, right? Like, that's it. Check the Enviosity tweet. I already saw a lot of them before. That's just your Twitter post, but I started the end of it. It's crazy. Well, I've already gone through this for like hours. Okay, I think that we pretty much covered everything, and I don't really need to go through any more of it. I think that's it. Completely agree. However, to go to another person's stream and start stuff is poking a bear, so to speak. Yeah, but I didn't see any screenshots of Tectone doing that. And if I did, I would say that Tectone was wrong. But until I see that, I'm not going to go ahead. Like, again, there's this, and this is what I was saying before, the rapidly vanishing preponderance of evidence that immediately disappears whenever it's, whenever you start looking for it. Too much hearsay? Yeah. Do you consider yourself as a rationalist? How do you understand this? I try not to think too much in terms of how you identify yourself. I think it controls your thought in a bad way. Charlie Paint your Twitter. No, I think that, you know, there'll probably be a follow-up for this tomorrow. But overall, you know, I think this kind of stuff is going to happen more and more. Is there an epidemic of loneliness? I personally, this is like a really weird perspective to have. I think I'm a lot different than a lot of other people in the way that, like, I kind of like being alone a lot of the time. So from my perspective, I think there's an epidemic of people feeling lonely and not feeling comfortable being by themselves. I don't think that's the only thing, and there's a lot more to it than that. But I do think that's a factor that people just don't really talk about a lot. Because there's a lot of people that, like, back in the day used to work by themselves most days. Think about, like, a farmer or something like that. Being lonely doesn't equal being alone. Yeah, but, like, then that becomes very complex to talk about. Well, anyway, let's look at what they have to say.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. He held his phone close, eyes searching for privacy. The man scarcely noticed the subway riders around him, or the 90-year-old artist sketching his hunched frame from across the train. In the 7 decades since Alex Katz first drew the outlines of commuters on New York City's early morning trains, the chattering riders and newspapers had all but gone. In their places were people who rode alone, together.
That's really cool. I don't know why. I just think that's so fucking cool. That, like, this same guy used to draw pictures of people looking at the newspaper, and it's now people looking at their phone.
Light in their eyes, reflecting the glow of their smartphone. That was a quote from the Dallas Morning News. This short imagery is something that we see and all understand, but never really think deeply about. Why does it seem like less people are talking to each other in public? Why do we collectively prefer the dim glow of a smartphone screen?
I think also another reason why people don't like talking in public is that the amount of people that get recorded in public without their consent has a chilling effect on people wanting to interact with each other. Because, like, you never know if somebody's trying to talk to you for, like, a YouTube video or something like that. Or if you say the wrong thing, you could get, like, recorded and then put on the internet and people, like, shit on you. I think there's a lot of people that are kind of a little bit on edge because of that. And I don't think that's the main reason. I just think that's a reason that exists. That's all.
Do you remember your childhood neighborhood?
Yeah.
Chances are, you probably felt like it was one big family. Everybody
Yeah.
knew each other, celebrated together, and
That's
would
good.
offer help when needed. But in recent decades, this seems like it's no longer the case. People seem to keep to themselves more. And as a side effect, people are more lonely today than ever before.
I think that for my neighborhood, the reason why it was the case is because, like, everybody's kids were friends. So, like, I know my neighbors, sure, but, like, I'm not actively spending time with them. But, like, if I had kids and they had kids and the kids were hanging out, then I would know them way better.
The number of men without any close friends has increased 5 times since 1990, and 10 times for women, though the total percentage of men feeling lonely
I wonder why women it's a lot less.
Is higher. On top of this, 3/4 of Gen Z report feeling lonely. Why have we drifted from each other? What is going on here? The trend started before the pandemic and even
Yeah.
before smartphones, so it has to be something structural within society. But what?
I still think that, like, there's a big component of this that people view, like, they see media, like movies, TV shows, Instagram, and Facebook of, like, all these people hanging out and having fun together. And, like, they feel like they need to be doing that. And so there's, like, a sense of, like, perceived loneliness and FOMO because you're missing out on these opportunities. Whereas, like, before, you didn't really see those things happening, or they were portrayed to you in a way that was more authentic. Like, you know, you saw this happen, but it was, like, very rare. Yeah, they don't see the reality exactly.
Working on this episode for many months. It's an exploration of the loneliness epidemic.
And the reason why I'm bringing this point up is that, like, I think obviously this video is going to talk a lot about, like, the lack of community, the lack of third spaces, the lack of, you know, like, interaction, human interaction, the lack of social friction, like having to call a landline and have the parent pick up and ask to talk to the kid that you're friends with. Like, you know, all of these things probably are going to be covered in the video. But I think that that's not the only vector in which loneliness is created. I think there's also the perception of loneliness that's gotten a lot larger as well.
In this episode, we'll see the definitions of loneliness, its origins, its causes, and who's most
What do you mean by
affected.
third spaces?
But this
You'll see.
episode isn't all bad news. We'll
Guaranteed
explore
we'll
some
talk
very
about it.
real ways to combat loneliness. This isn't the kind of video I normally do, but I think it's an important...
But third spaces, by the way, is besides work, besides home, besides school, besides home. So, like, going to a card shop, going to a mall, going to a skate park, something like that. Another community place where people gather to get together that they don't necessarily have to be at. YMCA. Yeah, there you go.
topic. So sit back, relax, and let's get into it.
And they don't cost money? Well, some do, some don't.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
But in general, like, they're very easy to access.
Loneliness is on the rise globally, and it's being declared a health risk. A top US health expert has warned that loneliness can be as harmful as smoking 15 cigarettes per day.
Holy shit.
In 2017,
I'm not really sure exactly how much credibility I give that, because, like, some people, I think that's probably true, but is that true on, like, a general sense? Because can be, right? You use the word can be. Well, video games can be more addictive than heroin for somebody. But is this the norm? Probably not.
former US Surgeon General Vivek Murthy recognized the growing trend in loneliness based on scientific research. Vivek phrased the phenomena as the loneliness epidemic. But to understand this winding and twisting story, we have to start at the fundamentals. What does it mean to be lonely?
Being alone isn't being lonely, okay.
People sometimes confuse loneliness and solitude. But the fact of the matter is, being alone and feeling lonely are not the same. You can feel lonely even though you're physically with other people, or
I've never experienced that. And I know other people have that. Like, this is, it's kind of interesting for me to watch something like this, because I just don't, I have? Okay, yeah, that's really interesting.
can enjoy solitude without feeling lonely. In a nutshell, Loneliness is not always the result of being alone.
Okay.
It's more of a mental state of being. From a neuroscientist point of view, loneliness is actually a state of hypervigilance. It makes you feel unsafe and unsatisfied with your social interactions. It's a type of emotional pain signal. The pain is telling your brain that you need to find someone to talk to. That's what loneliness is, the difference between how much social connection you want and how much you feel you actually have.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I agree with that, sure.
It can be summed up by this line. Loneliness is feeling disconnected from others, even when they're right next to you. If it's temporary, it's the equivalent of being hungry. But when it becomes chronic, that's when it starts affecting your health.
That's interesting. Like, I usually feel like I'm pretty disconnected from other people myself. But I don't think that really makes me feel lonely. Yeah, it isn't about you? Well, no, yeah, of course it's not about me, but I'm talking about it because it's me watching the video, right? Yeah, okay.
Chronic loneliness can trigger a fight or flight response, and when that becomes bad enough, it becomes ingrained in our nervous system, resulting in anxiety, depression, and even anger.
The pandemic poured fuel on a fire that was already burning.
Dr. Vivek Murthy, the U.S. Surgeon General, says loneliness is an epidemic, the focus of an 80-page advisory he is releasing today.
We're used to thinking about smoking and obesity as clear public health concerns.
So you're saying loneliness is comparable to smoking in terms of the detriment to your health?
Yeah, in terms of the risk that it poses for premature death, yes.
The cure, Dr.
I'd like to have him expand a little bit on that, because I think that is I don't believe that. I don't know, like evidence, yeah, like what do you mean by that? Because it's become so vague. Because like for example, loneliness often, like, is he using the link between loneliness and suicide? Is he using the link between loneliness and substance abuse, and then correlating deaths to suicide and substance abuse as derivative from loneliness? Like, I don't know. So it's very, like, I'm not sure I immediately buy that. I hear something like that, that seems insane to me. I'd want to hear and know everything about it. But I do think that obviously, you think about a lot of the like mass shooters, you know, school shooters, stuff like this. Almost all of them were lonely, you know, or sorry, actually, I can't really say they were lonely, but like they didn't have a lot of friends.
Murthy says is not only personal change, but societal change as well.
You're talking about changing the social fabric. That's been decades in the making.
It's been decades in the making, but it's also something that I'm confident that we can address if we put our mind to it and if we act together.
We'll get to more of the health effects a bit later, but for now, let's ask the question, how did we get here?
We got here because we brought ourselves here. We wanted to be here. I think this is like, in a really weird, abstract way, a lot of people wanted to have this happen. They wanted to be able to not have to call a landline. They wanted to have cell phones. They wanted to be able to be on their computer all the time. It's like, wow, about how, you know how they made the game less social over time by listening to the player base? Yep. I think it happened in real life. Yep, people wanted convenience. And social interactions in a lot of cases are inconvenient.
Loneliness is not a new thing. It's been around for as long as humans have. Today's loneliness seems like a simple cause and effect. As society became more complex, with industrialization, urbanization, and a faster pace of life, people became lonely. But it's not that straightforward. Something major happened in the 1960s and 70s that became the bedrock for the Loneliness Epidemic Declaration in 2017.
It was a huge cultural shift.
In Western
like
nations,
Vietnam and everything.
It was the social movements of the 1960s and 70s that seemed to accelerate this phenomena. A 2023 QC research piece on loneliness by Alan Greenblatt would mention that, quote, the mass social movements of the 1960s helped shift people's attention from local concerns to more national issues.
I think this is... Hey, Baldy! Shut the fuck up. Number two, a lot of people, like, this is what my dad said this at least. He said that he thought a lot of these, like, protests and everything like that were people that were really protesting because they didn't want to get drafted. Because people were getting drafted into Vietnam, and because of that, they were protesting because they didn't want to have that happen. Which, to be fair, I could definitely see why.
In other words, local communities mattered less, and it was all about changing the national status quo.
Yeah.
According to Allen, this eventually resulted in a, quote, decreased number of social gatherings and eroded organizational participation, end quote. For a commentary on the cultural mood at the time, at least in the UK, you can look no further than the Beatles.
Oh, boy.
According to Paul McCartney, the 1966 Beatles song, Eleanor Rigby, was a broad commentary on the social changes of the 1960s happening at the time.
That's interesting. I always thought that song was about like some like Salem days.
You can see it in the lyrics, quote, all the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they belong? Look at all the lonely people. In the 1970s, things only got worse. This period would be famously known as the Me Decade. Why? Because a form of hyper-individualism began to express itself within society. As Yuval Levin articulates in the fractured...
Well, also you have to keep in mind that, like, the reason why individualism was so popular is because a lot of people, like, my dad and I talk about this a lot, and, like, obviously his experience isn't just, like, the only person that's, like, ever existed at that time, but a lot of the reasons why people trended much more towards individualism was because the collective nature of society and culture was oppressive. It was, like, tremendously oppressive. And because it was so oppressive, that's why this happened. It's not like it just happened out of the blue.
Public. The 1970s saw high inflation, high crime, an explosion of single mothers, and the eroding of family structures. Why collectively care about changing the world, or even the local community, when everyone has their own problems to deal with?
Exactly.
The 70s saw tensions between different sects of society grow. Divorce rates would more than double between 1960 and 1980.
And also, like, I do think that this is going to be kind of a controversial take, but I do think that at this point, religion was, like, kind of falling off, right? And, like, compared to now, like, religion was, like, really, really good, really high. But I think that, like, a lack of, like, a shared, like, moral value system, I think also hurt the amount of people that were, like, willing to think about their fellow man. Because while you don't need religion to dictate morality, a lot of people do. And a lot of people, well, I don't want to do this bad thing because then the devil's going to set me on fire forever. I think that a lot of people, there's a reason why they're God-fearing Christians. There it is. Religion is absolutely a tool of keeping people, like, involved with their community.
Society was rapidly changing,
and religion is
caused
coming back
a great
now.
Upheaval.
I've noticed
From
that.
around this time, society lost its cohesive glue. People would break out from the crushing conformity and turned inwards towards the satisfaction of individual wants and needs. People moved away from tradition and took their own paths in life. Of course, this resulted in more freedom of expression and less repression. But Levin states that the price we paid for this new freedom has been high. Quote, we have let loose a scourge of loneliness and isolation that we are still afraid to acknowledge as the distinct social dysfunction of our age of individualism, end quote. In other words, loneliness has thrived and evolved from our increasing individualism. Filmmaker
That's probably true. He's right about that.
David Hoffman speaks to Rushworth Kidder, a man born in 1944. His historically massive generation, called the baby boomers, would come to maturity in the 1960s and 70s. He describes his lived observations of witnessing the dissolving of society.
We're made for each other. There is a sense in which society matters because we're part of it and we need to participate in it. It's not going to work all by itself. And what happened in my generation, it seems, again...
I think that's probably true. Like, how many of you guys, whenever you go to vote locally, you don't know what, like, 90% of the things on the local ballots are? Interesting. Very interesting. But, like, you're also, at the same time, you're also well-informed about, let's say, Trump being taken off the ballot in some country. Or not country, in Colorado. Some state. You're also well-informed about, you know, like, what Biden did. And so, like, what I'm saying is, like, people get focused more on an abstract idea that they have less control over rather than things that they do have immediate control over. Like, in local government, you can make changes way more easily than you can on a federal level. Like, I mean, come on, it's fucking obvious, right? Because there's less people you've got to go through. So, I think that this is, and also, like, is this a learned type of ignorance that's been projected by media or by the government itself in order to make themselves less accountable? I don't know.
And again, is people coming up to that realization and then just sort of something turning off, and off they drift off into sort of separate orbits, flying around as kind of unattached asteroids out there. There needs to be, it seems to me, if society's going to hold together, that sense of social cohesion in which each of us, as part of the community, says, I've got a responsibility to this. It's not a formal responsibility. It's not law. It's just that I care about this society and I'm part of this. Increasingly concerned that whatever the gravity is that holds the asteroid in orbit is just beginning to dissolve.
Well, I think that a lot of people are less connected to their culture and their community because they're more connected to an online community. They're more connected to like an identity group. You know, for example, like now you're no longer, you know, like, oh, I live in Austin, Texas. It's like, oh, well, you know, I'm part of like this group of people on the internet, or I'm part of this group of people that's like international or whatever. And so I think that that's really the difference, is that people just find an identity somewhere else instead.
And these people again and again are just sort of out there wandering. We never, ever in the history of the world experienced anything like the baby boom that followed World War II, and we will never experience it again. This was that sort of one-time phenomenon. And what we see in the 60s may be as simply explained as saying that's the maturing of that tremendous crush of population, which finally didn't have the elbow room, and finally needed to break out and say, I'm me.
This is all to say.
Well, I just think that a lot of that probably was a massive result of, because like you think about the 50s, right? The idealistic 50s. And think about how bad that would be if you weren't part of that mold. Do you see what I'm saying? So like a lot of people, obviously good times, well, not for a lot of people though.
The generations following the boomers grew up with strong individualism already embedded in society. Individualism came to prominence.
And there's a social oppression to it that like we don't really have as much of nowadays. And I think that level of social oppression is one of the big reasons why this happens.
In the 1960s and 70s, and
why
never
people
really
wanted to be
left.
individuals.
There were, of course, periods where this did improve, but since the 2000s, social interaction has taken a nosedive.
Oh yeah.
You see, Orson, loneliness is a disease of the spirit. And people who have it think that no one cares about them.
Are you saying that Earthlings make each other lonely?
No, sir, I'm saying just the opposite, that they make themselves lonely. They're so busy looking out for number one, they don't have room for two.
It's too bad everybody down there can't get together and find a cure.
But here's the paradox, sir.
I think that's true. And I think also like the focus that people have on like social media, because like if you think about a lot of social media, it's like fundamentally narcissistic. Like all you're doing on social media with like making your account and curating your account is talking about yourself and making things about yourself, involving yourself into things, comparing yourself.
Because if they did get together, they wouldn't need one. Isn't that Zen-like?
Generation X and the millennials settled into a hyper-individualistic world, and by 2007, Gina Gustafsson from Uppsala University would state that society is undergoing, quote, the slow but steady weakening of shared collective identities, norms, and culture, and the concomitant rise of the ideal of the independent individual, end quote. Broadly speaking,
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think that people have just replaced their local identities with other identities. I feel like that's the case constantly. And like you'll see it all the time, like in chat, for example, where I'll say something that is like for example, like the other day I was talking about like, you know, can kids consent to getting like a tattoo or something like that? And I said, yeah, kids obviously can't do that. And then somebody turned it into, like, can kids consent to, like, getting their gender changed? Because, like, their identity is so wrapped up in this idea that they're unable to see anything from any perspective. And, like, if they just hear these words, it's like a Pavlov, like, fucking dog salivating response. Where it's like you're just instantly, oh, I know what to say now. I know what to say. I heard the thing. I heard the word. I say the thing. Marco Polo. And so I think people are absolutely attached still to identities, but but I don't think they're local identities. Careful saying this on Twitch? Why? I'm never careful about anything that I say. And actually, that's not true. I am actually very careful about what I say, and I try to say it in the best way possible. But I'm never afraid to say something that could be taken out of context.
My generation, millennials, and Generation X were the most individualistic generations of all. That is, until Generation Z. You guys got the shortest end of the stick. You came of age during the explosion of the most individualistic tool known to man, during curated algorithms tailored to the desires of the individual. In other words, social media. High schools and universities.
Yeah, I got on social media at 14. Like, I was on it as soon as I could be.
With people physically sharing the same space, but with every idle minute, a phone is pulled out. This is something that wasn't even the case 15 years ago. Of course, technology isn't inherently a bad thing. It is a tool. It can improve our lives. But if we strip away the benefits of convenient connection, what are we left with? A screen that separates us from the real world and the people around us. A device that consumes our attention and time. A platform that keeps us entertained, but separated.
Because somehow, even with all of our unprecedented technology, no one has yet solved what I'll call the other gamer's dilemma. That when you shut your computer screen, power down your phone, take off the VR headset, there you are, alone.
What's the problem with that? Yeah, that's the best part. Thank fucking God. Holy shit, it's been a long day. All right, yeah, I'm gonna go lay down, man. Go on a walk or something, like, fuck.
In your room.
Now, this is all known and common knowledge, but what's surprising is what's next. There's a hidden force that's causing people to feel lonely, and it's hardly ever talked about.
Yeah, people can't afford to go out. Yeah, I think everybody knows about that. So yeah, it's like, you know, like, it's weird to me because, like, I'm a very, like, I don't like saying I'm introverted because I think it's cringe, but if you were going to define introverted, you would basically say you're like me, naturally. And so a lot of times whenever I say that I don't like being around other people, people that are extroverted and much more social just simply can't comprehend that. And I can explain to them, I don't want to be around anybody. And they say, no, it's okay, it'll be fun. Right? Or no, you know, you'll be glad that you did it, or something like that. It's draining as fuck. It's extremely draining. And I'm thinking to myself, am I doing that to extroverted people that are being alienated and isolated by social media? I think I am. I think I'm doing the same thing that I'm complaining about. Because from the same perspective, it's just the opposite direction. Because, like, I think that there are a lot of people that feel this way, and I don't really know how to address it. Right? Because I'm completely different from them. It's like, how do you solve the problem of a parrot? How can you think like a parrot? You can't. It's a parrot. And obviously people that are extroverted aren't as different as people and parrots, but at the same time, it's a completely different foundation of thinking.
We are about to become a society. By the turn of the century, there will be 8 times as many people over the age of 60 and half as
many people over the... Oh, right.
Many kids under the age of 5. Is this the world we want?
Aging society.
Do we want a lack of kids? Do we want a lack of ability to create households? The happiest, most prosperous, most purposeful people...
Well, people don't have kids. There's 2 reasons why people don't have kids. Number 1, people don't have kids because they can't afford to have kids. Number 2, people don't have kids because settling down with a person creates the idea of FOMO, and because the internet provides the illusion of infinite options, people don't want to settle down with any individual person. I think those are the 2 main reasons.
In America, our middle-class families, and we have made a concerted decision to punch it in the gut and make it harder for that type of family formation, and we're going to lose prosperity, and we're going to lose purpose.
Most people don't realize this, but societal cohesion and economics are very closely interlinked. A healthy growing economy means that the standards of living go up. Jobs are stable, wages are increasing, and inflation is low. People can afford more, feel happier, and are more likely to build relationships. A faltering economy is exactly the opposite. Today, due to rising inflation, stagnant wages, and debt burdens, people have to work longer and harder. Sometimes we may even need to juggle multiple jobs just to keep up. It's a frustrating state of affairs, but if you're wondering...
He's completely right. How many of you guys make over $50 an hour at your job? Me? A lot of people. How many of you guys make under 12? That's a lot of people too. My understanding is that the disparity between the wealthiest and the, like, there is like a poll it. I don't think really the poll matters, right? All I'm saying is that I think that there is a growing disparity between people that are like really rich and people that are really poor. Like back in the day, like growing up, how many of you guys got the same education about like the Gilded Age, about how inequality was like at an all-time high and there were super poor people and super rich people? You guys all got that education, right? The huge disparity? Yeah, Great Gatsby, all that. I bet they don't teach that anymore now, because now it's infinitely worse than it was then. So like the shock factor of how bad it used to be isn't there anymore, because it's like, yeah, of course I know what it's like. It's worse now.
And why the world is like this. I fully explained it in my episode, How the 2008 Crisis Still Affects You. In that episode, I described how the true economy died in 2008 and has been on life support ever since. Because of horrendous government policies and reckless behavior from the financial sector, people have been struggling to make ends meet. Slowly at first, only to be accelerated by the pandemic. Today, it's a constant fight.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't have enough, like, I don't have enough information to, like, really comment on that. I really just don't understand that well enough. But I have to watch the video and be more educated on it. But I do think that, like, for example, I'm 33. And so whenever I was, like, early 20s, like, that was whenever 2000, like, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, right? These were, like, very, very, very bad years. And, like, how many of you guys are, like, right around my age, and, like, you remember how fucking hard it was to get a job? And I think that, like, this is a paradigm shift that I noticed on the radio, is that I remember back in the day, Indeed and these other job websites were advertising to people looking for jobs. They would say, we can get you a job. Nowadays, I hear the same radio station and the same ad for the same company, and now they're saying, we can get you employees. That is a tremendous fucking difference, and it's a total paradigm shift. Because back then, holy fuck, like, it was impossible to get a job. Like, I couldn't get a job at Walmart. It was so bad, and you were competing against people that were like 43. And it's like, this person has 20 years of experience. I can't possibly beat this person. Like, why would they ever hire me over them? Now, obviously, I should have tried harder. I could have gotten a job, and I probably could have if I had put in more work. And it's always, at the end of the day, your responsibility to take care of yourself. But, man, it was harder to do that with less effort than it is now. Or than it was in 2005, let's say. Millennials actually had the worst entrance into the workforce, especially the ones that are around my age.
To stay in the disappearing middle class. All across the world, an increasing number of people are taking up second jobs. Most young people are working, but still can't afford to rent or buy a home.
People are taking up second jobs, and also people are making like secondary money. Like I read like some sort of fucking statistic that I'm trying to remember like what exactly it was, but it was like some like multiple like number figure of like girls that were between like the ages of like 18 and 25 or something like that had OnlyFans. Like, I'm trying to remember like what the percentage was or anything like that. I don't remember what it was, but it was like a shockingly high percentage of them that had it. And it's like, think about the amount of guys that are doing 3% in the USA. Was that it? 3%? That's fucking insane. Think about that. 3%? That's huge. Yeah, self-employed women. Yeah, that's fucking massive. So does your ex, bro? Yeah, and probably the next girl I'll date might do it too. I've got no problem with it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. You're totally missing my point. Like, it's not about whether I agree with it or not. It's about whether I'm saying that this is, like, people, the reason why a lot of these girls do OnlyFans is because it makes more money than they could make from a job. Straight up. Is it though? It's not the point. I don't want to argue about this, like whether it's right or not. This is a moral argument. It's boring to me. My point is that this is happening. And also, like, just because of girls, right? I used an extreme example. How many guys do you know that tried to start streaming or making YouTube videos to like make extra money? A lot of people. Zero? Well, for me, I know a good number of people that have tried to do that. And also a shitload. Also, what is the most wanted job for kids nowadays? Well, it's being a content creator or being something like that. It's because people also, I think nowadays, value autonomy more than they used to. Yeah, YouTuber, streamer, influencer. Yeah, in China, it's astronaut or doctor. I'm sure that'll work out great. But anyway, yeah, it's a huge factor.
Too expensive to go out. In all of that, where is the time?
Yeah, I used to never be able to go out. Like, my idea of going out would be me and Zach driving to Jack in the Box and buying a drink for $1 because they were on sale during the summer. And then we would drive back to the house and play World of Warcraft.